Oh shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the swords on. Spacey got the swords on. Spacey got the swords on. Spacey got the swords on.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Listen, this is the final countdown. This is the final countdown. We're not gonna do a 10-minute countdown, 2 5-minute countdown. We're only gonna do this countdown, and we're gonna jump straight into the debate. I'm gonna do a roll call right now. Shout out to the early No Cap crew. Shout out to Emperor Kojak 313. Shout out to Prime in the building. Shout out to Trucker Yale. I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all hit that like button. The 2024 presidential debate is underway.
Spacey got the swords on.
To support this platform, you could always send a super thanks. That's right, a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the $sign in it, right below the video. We will be showing all super caps, aka super chats, and cash apps, aka cash apps, cash caps during every break. So if you want your comments read, we're gonna be showing all your super caps and your cash caps during every break of the debate, the presidential debate. Or if you send it now, I'll read it in the beginning. Thank you for being here, No Cap crew.
Spacey got the swords on.
Shout out to Mia. Shout out to El Cheapo in the building. The presidential debate is underway. Let's go.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So then you gonna sing.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it won't be long that I'm gonna need my cousin to care.
No Cap-tivity. Freezy.
What's up? Listen, we're about to go over to the debate right now. I got it set up. It's only going to take a few seconds, but if you guys want your comments read and highlighted, I'm going to be reading all the comments, all the super chats, all of the cash apps during their breaks. All right, anytime they take a break. But I'm about to go over there right now. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. I appreciate y'all. Let's go.
No Cap-tivity.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all, in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic, and the pandemic country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree.
Who's winning so far? My bad, y'all. Thank you, Emperor. Who's winning so far? Put it in the chat if you think somebody's winning. Only if you think somebody's winning. Put it in the chat.
Our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to because, again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea, and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. they can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond. But I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
Under Roe v. Wade,
answer the question, would you veto?
You could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside, and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from television.
But the people on television saying their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice President Harris,
the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
to stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake.
No Cap-tivity.
We do have a lot
That went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump.
No Cap-tivity.
$1 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. if she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back.
Thank you, Genesis. Thank you. Please share the live stream. Share the live stream. Let them know this is the presidential debate 2024.
You ever see a solar plant?
Watch party.
Solar. But they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get to.
environment, as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just ask you,
David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask you.
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. But I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? there were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I said that sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said
they
there was
said
no
we didn't have standing.
Fraud.
That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
a lot of people thought Donald Trump was going to be outmatched during this debate. What do you guys think? Do you think Donald Trump is showing a lot of confidence? What do you guys think? Who do you think is winning so far?
Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror, and they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution.
No captivity.
Back in a moment.
Who's winning? Who's winning? Who's winning? Let me see from y'all. Hey, listen. If y'all want to send super chats right now, I can read them right now during the break. But you can always send cash caps, and I can read them periodically during the debate. Let me see. Let me put a poll in the chat. Let me put a poll in the chat. Who's winning the debate so far? Okay, I put the poll in the chat. Let me know who y'all think is winning. Let me know who y'all think is winning the debate. Let me put this up. I'm gonna just say this. I think that I think Donald Trump, he was underestimated. A lot of people were saying that they thought that Donald Trump was not going to perform well during this debate. A lot of people said they didn't think Donald Trump was going to perform well during this debate. I don't know why. They were saying that he was outmatched by Kamala Harris, that she was much better at debating. She was on a debate team in college. I don't know. How do y'all feel like what do y'all feel Donald Trump is? How do y'all feel Donald Trump is doing? I think Donald Trump is showing a lot of confidence. And he done call her a liar about 3 or 4 times. And I think a big dagger that he made against her was when he said President Putin endorsed her. Yeah, that probably shrugged the Democrats pretty bad. Now on her side, on Kamala Harris's side, it doesn't seem like she's weak. She's showing a lot of strength, especially for a woman. I don't want to say, for a woman, but yeah, for a woman, it seems like she's showing a lot of strength for a female president. Also, she tried to drive it home with the January 6th incident, and I think everybody knew that she was going to bring that up. Now, how well you guys think Donald Trump actually countered that? He tried to counter that with immigration, and that that they're doing a poor job with immigration. But she did bring up January 6th. We knew she was going to bring that up. And they spent a long time talking about fracking oil. So I don't know why they took so long talking about fracking oil. Probably because, we're in inflation right now, and oil is a big part of the revenue. But let me see if they're back. Oh no, they haven't got back yet. But do you guys think they've been talking about policy a lot? What do you guys think? I haven't really heard a lot of policy. We heard about immigration, right? But we've been hearing the same old thing. Trump wants to help the rich, and Kamala is a Marxist. We've been hearing the same thing. We heard that before the debate even started on their campaign trails, during their rallies. But I just think that they're doing a lot of character assassinations. And I'm going to just be honest with y'all. They're doing a lot of character assassinations But if they're going to play that game, if they're going to do the character assassination game, Trump is going to win that game. What do y'all think? If they're doing the character assassin, you can't be Trump. He's a salesman. Trump is a salesman. And this is one thing a lot of people forget about these debates. We're living in America. A lot of these people don't care about sophisticatedism. They don't care about the, listen, we got them honky tonks. We got, we got the middle class. We got the trailer trash. We got the thugs. You got the rich. They don't care about all these big words. They just care about who put on the show the most. A lot of people don't really follow politics like that. They're not political junkies. So it's all about showmanship, right? And I think that Kamala Harris said that. Do y'all think Kamala Harris had a point when she said, Kamala Harris, y'all think she had a point when she said Donald Trump's rallies are boring? Y'all think that was a good point? I was kind of confused when she said his rallies are boring. I don't know. I didn't know why she brought that up. But I put in the chat, who do y'all think is winning? Let's see if the debate is back on. Okay, the debate is back on. We're going back to it, y'all.
$150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
threw him out.
Cap-tivity.
We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify on the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interests for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war
is
finished.
Hilarious.
And just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that, something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not, again, appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal and, in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said, going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5. They admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President Trump, we have to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
She has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's
you,
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump,
president has said
no, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I just need
going to move
respond
on, Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
3rd time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Correct. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this. I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run health care system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
In terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
She made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare. Much less money, but she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump.
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans.
I think both
in
of
particular
them
younger voters,
are saying
and that's
that
climate
government
change.
insurance is
President
bad.
Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Listen, I'm going to tell you the truth. Both of them are doing a great job in this debate. Now, I think this go around after the break, this second round, after the first break, they did talk more policies. What do you guys think? I think they did talk more policies. I think that, let me see, because I had some notes. The healthcare was good. I think a lot of people wanted to hear about healthcare. A lot of people, do you guys like Obamacare? Do you guys agree with Obamacare? Do you guys agree with Obamacare? Do you guys think Obamacare was good? Or do you think it was necessary? What do you guys think? Oh, and the Second Amendment, as far as the guns, that was good too. Now, Trump was insinuating that Kamala Harris is going to take the guns away, or she was going to regulate it in a lot more states. I don't know. She said that's a lie. I don't know. but the guns is very pertinent. She said that's a lie, but we've also seen a lot of mass shootings. We've seen a lot of mass shootings, y'all. And have y'all noticed we don't even talk about gang shootings anymore? They don't even really talk about Chicago like that no more. They don't even talk about Chicago. Mass school shootings, the white boys, they shooting up these schools. Then the immigrants, right? The immigrants coming over. We got the Venezuelan gangs. This shit is about to be the 1930s all over again with the mafias and stuff. But it's gonna be Venezuelan mafias and Mexican mafias. Get it how you live. They finna show, listen, all these gangs over here in America, oh no, they finna show you how to get it. Immigration is a very big deal. I don't know if you guys been following immigration. What do you guys think is the most important? Let me put a poll up. What y'all think is the most important topic? Okay, so 70% of y'all think Trump is winning. Let me see. What is the most important topic? I'm gonna go back to the debate, y'all. What is the most important topic? Okay. It ain't on yet. What do you think is the most important topic? Immigration, guns. What else is here? Oil. No, foreign policy. Foreign policy. What is it? Abortion. There's more, but I just put that. Which one y'all think is the most important? Let's go back to the. Oh, the debate ain't on yet. Which one do y'all think is the most important out of those four? I'm pretty sure. Wait, did I put healthcare up there? Hold on, did I put? Oh, snap. Hold on, y'all. Let me end this poll. Let me do this again. I'm sorry, y'all. Which one is the most important? Healthcare, okay. Yeah, because that's important. Guns. Immigration. What else I said? Foreign policy. It was one more. Shit. Guns, foreign policy. Hold on, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna end it. Okay, I forgot. Let me do it one more time. Which one is the most? Okay, I'm going Emperor. Important. I'm gonna cut the sound on.
The hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one
they only
client.
give you. So there's the 4 I put.
And I'll
They
tell
only
you, as
give
a
you 4.
prosecutor, I never asked a victim or
Here
a
we go.
witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
No Cap-tivity.
And we are here live on ABC.
What do y'all think? Let me put the I'm gonna put the link in the chat, man. Y'all let me know how y'all think it went. I'm gonna put the link in the chat so we can talk. Shout out to Key Boy in the building. What going on, Key Boy?
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Black on Black Rhyme in the building. Listen, how did y'all like the debate? Did y'all think it was better than you expected? Huh? Shout out to the No Cap crew, man, and us watching the debate. Listen, like I said before, if you want to support the channel, if you want to support, listen, we're doing great things over here. If you want to support the channel, send a super cap, or that's a super chat, or you can send a cash cap, aka cash app to $Freezy 1976. That's $Freezy 1976. Let me see. I want to hear from y'all. Join the show. I'm gonna put the link in the chat, y'all. What's going on, Key Boy? What's going on? Shout out to Key Boy. That's my longtime brother, y'all. My longtime friend. One of these days, Key Boy gonna come chop it up with me on the show. You, Key Boy. Oh, man. There we go. I got my brother in the house. Trucker, what's up, bro? Trucker, you on mute, bro. Let me see. Who's winning?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah. I hear you now.
Hey, I think Trump can fight. Well, that boy over here, listen, that boy getting jumped. It's Trump versus NBC and Harris. Boy, that boy got some squabbles.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Coming into this debate, you know, for a long time, people were saying Trump was scared to debate her. You know what I'm saying? They were saying that he was outmatched because Kamala Harris is very experienced in debating. I think she was on a debate team in college, maybe all 4 years. I don't know. How do you think Trump did as far as, you know, in contrast to the criticism that he was receiving prior to the debate? How do you think Trump did, Chucky? Yeah.
He did good to me. Matter of fact, he was firing facts. He wasn't firing shots. When he brought up the fracking situation, that was a fact. That was like the first week of when Biden and Harris got in office. Do y'all even realize they shut that equipment up there right now? That they was building that they was building for them people? Bro, in one day, 53,000 jobs was lost.
Damn.
53,000 in one day. That's right after, I think, 1 or 2 days. Right after they got in office. Shut it down immediately.
Damn.
That equipment is still sitting in the mountains.
That's crazy,
He wasn't
bro.
lying about that. He's not lying about that. When the whole situation of when they left them people, left the American people in them countries and stuff like that, to the point where the videos are showing people holding on to the airplane legs and stuff like that. It's a fact. It was an embarrassment. It was embarrassing.
So they always try to paint Trump as a liar. Do you think Trump told the truth a lot of this debate?
Yeah, he gave a lot of facts. I think he gave more facts. Like, I know it's been, more of like a back and forth on character, but I will say a lot of them shots that he was throwing was based on what's going on with the economy. When he sat there and said, the truth is that, girl, if you don't stop crying, hold on, Freezy. Oh,
No
Lord.
problem, no problem. I put a poll in the chat too. Who do y'all think won the debate? I want to hear from the No Cap crew. I thought the debate was actually good. I thought that both candidates did a pretty good job. And I know, listen. Keyboard, the link is pinned to the top of the chat, but I'll put the link in the chat right here for you. Hold on.
My bad. My daughter was mad because I wouldn't listen
you
to
good,
my
bro.
wife. She
You
started
good,
crying.
man.
Yeah.
There you go, Keyboard.
But,
There's the link in the chat. All you got to do is click on it.
Yeah,
All you
man,
gotta do is click
it's
on
been, I mean, he wasn't, yeah, look at I ain't even gonna say it because of YouTube, but the wars, we all know that. Think about it. Think about the bills that they passed lately. You got between 18 and 27, you are literally drafted. You ain't even got a choice. Automatic. They passed that recently. Then you got the situations with the situation with the immigration
So just to be clear for the audience, the draft is back.
Oh, absolutely. You ain't see? You can look that up right now. They passed that in the summer. Last month? July. I think June or July, one of them two. But yeah, it's automatic. You are in the draft automatically. It ain't no, sign up or nothing like that. You are in there regardless. You got the situations with the immigrations in the different states that they keep trying to hide. The Denver, Colorado situation. My uncle and cousins that moved out of there because of that situation. You got the New York situation. Now you got them folks in Chicago now trying to take over. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's bad. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the stuff that's going on in Texas, where the parts of Texas where they don't have a wall or anything like that. Them people was getting raped and pillaged. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like like a lot of the Asians, you know what I'm saying? They literally coming through California. Okay, sorry. Situation with California. Then let's talk about that. California, they talking about housing is a house shortage, bruh. They just passed the bill where literally immigrants are given 150 are literally given houses. Literally.
Yeah, I heard about that one where the immigrants get houses and stuff. Yeah.
And bro, they getting houses. $20,000 in food stamp, bro. It's so much stuff. Like it's obvious, and it's just
And
like
there's a lot of
even when
complaints about that because they're saying that the immigrants are coming in, they're able to get houses. I'm talking about Airbnb style houses and stuff, nice houses and stuff, and they're getting approved for housing and stuff. But there are people that's already been here, American citizens, where banks have never approved. That they're having a hard time getting bank loans, even bank loans and stuff like that.
Bruh.
But a lot of immigrants, they passed that law where immigrants can get housing, nice housing.
Dude, you don't even realize, like, housing, you gotta have three years of your taxes, then you gotta have over a 600 credit score at least. You gotta go through so much shit. But they come over here and all they gotta say is we just gonna apply, and they getting it. Even with the bank loans to start a business, they're getting it. There's no requirement to it. There's no having a conversation. Hey, I want to start a business. Well, how much do you want to owe? I need at least like 200,000. Cool. Let's sign you up. Let's give it to you right now. It ain't like where we got a motherfucker prove a point,
right?
And tell them what trying to start a business up and the cost and all the other good. Like, ain't none of that going on. Bro, it's bad out here. People keep on ignoring it, especially in the trucking industry. People keep ignoring this shit. Everybody in America is losing. Bro, I just noticed this yesterday. 18 cartons of eggs is almost $12. Them shits used to be $2. 18 eggs for $2 has shot up to almost $6 a piece.
I don't think people understand, bro. It's a crisis. It's like the grocery store. The grocery store dilemma is literally a crisis, dog. And I don't even think. You know what? I'm surprised they didn't talk about. They didn't even talk about this during this debate, Trucker. They didn't talk about crime, the crime rate.
Yeah,
how the crime rate has gone up.
Yeah,
now I'm not talking about immigration. I'm talking about the crime rate in America. Because inflation, people are struggling out here. People are like starving, dog. People getting robbed left and right. JD say they kind of touched on it. Yeah, but I think that Donald Trump could have nailed her on the crime rate too.
Well, he kind of did, but I mean, every time he trying to get to say what he got to say, the one lady always shut him down.
So you think they was allowing Kamala Harris to speak more than Donald Trump? What do you think?
Bruh, man, they was debating him instead of her.
Oh, the moderators was. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's NBC or it's them versus him. It's 1 versus 4. Put it like that.
Trump accused her of eventually taking away a lot of guns. She said Trump is a liar. Do you think they plan on regulating a lot of guns when she gets in office?
She and the rest of them she said she's a gun owner, but at the same time, yes, baby. What's wrong, honey? Because I told her I yelled at her. Why you yelling? Okay. Let me go handle these fatherly duties.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
But he did say this. I'm gonna say this last thing.
Okay.
Man, I forgot the whole damn question.
I'm saying it was about the guns. Do you think that Trump said he was accusing Kamala Harris and her administration of regulating the guns, putting a harsh regulation on guns and getting rid of a lot of guns and making it hard for people to get guns. But she called Trump a liar. She said Trump was a liar. Do you think that if she does get in office, she really will like put a stop to a lot of guns and make it hard for a lot of people to get guns in the United States?
Absolutely. Look at the blue states as we're talking right now. Look at every last one of them. Look at especially in New York. New York, New Jersey, it's damn near impossible. Colorado, damn near impossible. All of them. And then on top of that, she's a gun owner, but then at the same time, she's out here preaching getting rid of guns and all this goofy stuff. You know, she brought up a bunch of other shit. She ain't bring up the situation of the kid that did the school shooting. She ain't say nothing about that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mentioned it during the debate. I was talking about, the school shootings and the mass shootings. I wonder why Donald Trump didn't bring that up. Like, he didn't bring up the school shootings and all that kind of stuff. Now, she brought up the January 6th, but I'm going to tell you something. I think that's where she kind of lost a lot of momentum because she didn't drive home the January 6th thing like she should have. Like, she
lost that.
Yeah, she lost it.
Lost that.
She lost it. And I'm gonna tell you something. Trump showed himself a master debater, dog, when she brought up January 6th, and he just kept hammering the immigration home. Yeah, you want to talk about January 6th, but what about immigration? You want to talk about stopping people from going to the White House? Let's talk about stopping these immigrants from coming in the United States of America. All of these criminals. I was like, dang, she ain't hammering that January 6th home good enough.
Well, one, she told on herself. Well, two things she did. Three things, actually. One, she avoided the situation of why is she black or not. That was one. Two, the immigration down south, when she sat there and said, well, we was trying to bring on 1,500 patrol officers. 1,500? That ain't shit. That ain't shit. And then the third one, the third one is what was it? The third one is when she said she said something that I caught on to. That was like, damn, she just basically told on herself.
What was it? Was it baby deletions?
Well, we already that too. We already knew how that was. I mean, dude, I ain't even gonna say just them three things.
Healthcare, baby deletions. I know they talked about fracking. Fracking was very important in this debate as far as fracking oil. Trump was accusing her administration of if she wins office, he was accusing her of eliminating fracking. You know what fracking is, right?
Yeah, it's the trucking industry.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know
it's the sand and the oil. So they use that dirt. They use the dirt. They use
like dirt and rocks and stuff,
oil,
in between
the
rocks
gasoline,
and stuff.
Yeah, the minerals and things like that.
Yeah,
the pipeline and stuff like that. They shut it down.
Yeah.
And people don't realize it's pretty bad out here for it. People don't realize it.
What do you think? Do you think Trump got some points on when he said if he gets in office, he will stop the war in 24 hours? Now, we know that's probably not going to happen, but do you think he got some points?
No, he's not lying.
Do you think he got some points for saying that? Because she said the only reason why Trump would stop the war in 24 hours is because he's ready to give up on America. Do you think people really is okay with being involved in the war? Or
no?
Do you think people really want their relatives to come home?
Man, we shouldn't be over there in the first place.
Right.
And then on top of that, last time I checked, there was a situation, an actual war that was going on.
No
Well, he said, "Yo,
captivity.
you got 3 days. If you don't sign this treaty, I'm gonna let it go all out." They didn't listen. He said, "All right, cool." The next day, over 100 and some people died. They came to the table. He said, "Good." He wasn't joking about that.
And bro, I'm gonna tell you something. What's
He
so
shut that
funny?
shit down.
What's so ironic, right? President Putin, Donald Trump, the last election, Donald Trump actually got a positive response for being friends with President Putin. He got some brownie points for that. He had got, a positive response. But it's just so ironic when he brought up that President Putin endorsed Kamala Harris, it didn't work in her favor. Actually, the Democratic Party do not want Kamala Harris to even be associated with President Putin. I don't even know why. Like, she should have disassociated herself from President Putin as soon as he endorsed her, but she didn't. Maybe she thought that was a plus, but I don't think that worked in her favor because Donald Trump used that against her. What do you think?
I agree. I mean, technically, it's true. So, only reason that he even endorsed her, because we all know why he endorsed her. Because he think her ass a joke. That's why he even brought that up. That was
Oh, it was
funny.
sarcasm.
It was sarcasm. Yeah, oh, shit. Yeah. Get her ass in office, because we already know. Shit, we waiting in Cuba right now as we speak.
Right.
What you talking about? We in Cuba right now waiting on y'all. You know what I'm saying? Get her in office. Because like you said, World War III is that damn close, and people don't even realize it. It's around the corner. And if it do happen, it's over. This country alone, it's over. We ain't got enough. I'm sorry. We spread out all the world for one. We ain't got no money to even support ourselves. We in trillions, dude. We can't have another war. So
The
why
link is at the
even
top
put
of
a
the
person in office?
Let me see. My bad. Okay, so let me end this poll. There we go, Smitty. The link is at the top of the chat. The link is at the top of the chat. Everybody who wants to come and join the show. Shout out to my dog Smitty, man.
No captivity.
Smitty,
what's going on, Smitty?
where you at, man? Where you in?
You said what?
Boy,
That's Chucky Yale. Chucky Yale say, where you been?
You still in the Navy?
Nah, I've been out, bro.
See, man. Well, that's what's up. How you been? You been all right?
Yeah, I've been chilling, bro. I just been in, you know what I'm saying, ducked off, minding my business, staying out of the way.
I feel you.
Smith, man, what do you think about the debate, man? How do you think it go? Did Trump? First of all, who do you think won the debate?
I mean, I watched some of it. I've been doing homework and shit, so I stopped watching it after a while. But to be honest with you, bro, I mean, from what I was seeing, Trump really was doing his thing. But I mean, it didn't surprise me because Kamala she's not a good debater, A, and then B, on top of that too, this whole time, just going off of what I've seen from both parties.
Right.
Kamala has yet to really give us policy. And then on top of that too,
that's a fact.
Even when she was VP, when Biden was president, tell me, what has she been doing?
Well,
you know,
you heard what Trump said. Trump said, where the hell is Joe Biden at? He said, yeah, do we have a president? That shit was funny.
He also said you've been in office for 3 years and you keep saying all this other stuff. Well, you got the opportunity to actually do it. So why you ain't did it? Which is true.
And my thing is also too, she keeps talking about this child tax credit shit. Like, most people, I ain't gonna say most, let's say half. A good portion of people don't have no kids.
Yeah.
So, and then on top of that, you talking about child tax credit, but then at the DNC convention, you got Planned Parenthood out there having people sign up for whatever they have.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think Trump brought that up. Did he bring that up? That was crazy. And
Crazy.
just to levy back over what you just said, Smitty. When she said, right, let me bring Chief in. She said that Trump's rallies was boring. If Trump would have countered her and said, yeah, you know why you think my rallies are boring? Because you had the damn Planned Parenthood outside killing babies. That's why, yeah. That would have been so bad, you know.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, I'm neither a Republican nor a Democrat. I'm about money and business. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, me too.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I've been looking to go on to one of them Trump rallies just to see what the hype is about. Because, you know, a lot of people saying, you know, as far as black people, you know, them people there gonna be acting some type of way or whatever. But, you know, I didn't see videos with black people in there and they welcomed in open arms type shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I just think as people, it's crazy we're talking about this. I was just talking about this today. It's crazy as people, especially as Americans. I'm not gonna just say black people. A lot of people don't do their research. They just go off what the fuck they see on the internet and they run with the shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? And again, the problem that I have with Kamala is this whole time. I mean, it might have changed now because they didn't finally debate it. But before this time, if you went on Trump's website, he has a list of policies of what he plans on doing. Now, he might do half of that shit. He might do some of the shit. You know what I'm saying? We won't know until he gets in office. But you go on her website, you know, it might have changed now. So, you know, I don't want nobody to come and being like, oh, you know, it's different. But when you went on her website, all she had was asking for donations. She ain't had none on there talking about what she was gonna do. So just a simple fact of
they on there now. And I read some of them. And
they on
they on there now, like, you know, right before. But I read a few of them, and I'm gonna be perfectly honest. It was almost like reading a list from a car salesman, because most of the stuff that she was talking about ain't for America. That was on there. It's for the immigrants.
And see, that's
policies
that
I was reading.
Oh, motherfucker! God damn. But yeah, that's another thing too. Like, what's killing me about the Democrat Party is them niggas ain't talking about all these migrants they're bringing in here. That's fucking all this shit up out here.
So you live in Los Angeles, right?
Yeah.
How bad is it? Bad over there? Can you see a huge influx of immigrants? Can you see a change? Do you see the effects?
I'm gonna say this. Being in LA, since it's so close to Mexico, from what I've seen, I have, you know, only been out here a couple of years or whatever. You do see a lot of immigrants and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But I think that was already happening because the border. I mean, Mexico was right there. And I will say this: I had to go to the passport. What's the agency called? Anyway, I had to go to the border.
TSA or the border
to get my
or TSA.
Yeah, I had to go to TSA, but I went to their location that was sitting right on the border of California and Mexico. Right. I went there on a Thursday, spent the night, and then Friday morning I had my appointment to do what I needed to do. Right.
Mm-hmm.
While I'm in the building, they got this gate. The gate is open. They got guards and shit at the gate or whatever. And I hear whistles. So I said, "Hey, excuse me, like what's going on? Who are those people that keep walking back and forth? And what's the whistles for?" They said, "Oh, those are all the people coming from Mexico, coming into California to come work the jobs. And then, you know, when their shift is done or whatever, they go right back through the gate and they're in Mexico. They go home." I'm looking like, what the fuck?
So they're crossing over the border, coming to work in United States, and then going back home in Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like El Paso. El Paso was like that because it's right over the fence. And where Smitty is talking about, you can look it up right now, like near Tijuana, Calexico. You know what I'm saying?
That's where I was at. When he said it, I was in
That's where you was at, Calexico? Yeah, they pass through there like water, like real talk.
Using
Shout
down
out to
Laredo as well
Chief
too down there in Texas.
Santana. What's going on, Chief Santana in the building?
No captivity.
Chief, how you
Yeah,
think
you
the
also
debate
got,
went, bro?
Man, it depends on which topic was being discussed, to be honest, because it seemed on both sides that debated each other. You know, you guys were mentioning earlier with the whole January 6th. I think with Kamala mentioning
That's what
January
it was,
6th.
Freezy.
What'd you say, Choker?
Compared January 6th. When she compared January 6th to 9, it was worse than 9/11. That was the third one. That was the part I was
that
like,
was crazy.
Wait a minute.
That killed the whole that started killing the momentum right there on her end. I mean, she had a lot of good valid points, but there were some topics where she just baited herself into Donald's trap, you know. So I felt like it just depended on the topic. Both of them avoided certain questions as well too, like we mentioned earlier with the race and the January 6th and then immigration. So there's a lot of things hit or miss. But you know, one thing that stood out, well, I'll say was the policy change, the frequency and how many times she's changed her policies. So it seems like, you know, are these far-fetched ideas that are being pitched, or are you just imposing these things to try to compete with Trump, or are these actual things that you actually want to try to fulfill? Because one thing I can say, you know, that you can look at is, you know, she is the current vice president right now, and they've had this term for 3.5 years. So, you know, when he started talking about immigration and closing off the borders and stuff, you know, you kind of see how that kind of got silent quickly, because like you do have the power to do certain things. So I think it was 50-50. Nobody really came out as a strong victor, but as far as fitting the suit, it looked like at least Kamala seemed more decent as far as how the debate went and held the debate properly.
You think Kamala was more formal when it comes to the debate? She was more what's it called? Fundamental. She was more fundamentally sound.
Yeah, more fundamentally sound. You know, and then I'll say Trump. You know, you could see where he was showing his anger. You know, and being bothered by some of the statements. So, you know, she did a good job of holding her composure versus how he held his composure. And when you're looking at it as the mass of the people, you want somebody that can hold their composure and not be as temperamental. So, you know, for the public view, you know, she looked better. But, you know, as far as security and safety, Trump's points still seem a little bit stronger, though.
Okay, so
no captivity.
Chief say he thinks from the public's view, Kamala Harris looked better. What do you think? What do you think, Smitty? The United States right now is in a very radical time, and tonight it seemed like Trump was very radical on that stage. What do you think? Do you think Kamala Harris actually showed better debate skills, or do you think she was more fundamentally sound to the audience?
I would say personally, I would say no, but I mean, I will say this, especially living in California, just to see how people's thought process is in today's time. A lot of people would resonate more with Kamala. Just off the simple fact, though, I ain't gonna lie to you, a lot of people out here lost, bro. Like, and they're not adhering to what's really going on out here. Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't think it's as bad as it really is, and I think it was you and Trucker that were just talking before me and Chief just got on.
It's bad
about it being bad, and also too we're going back to war, and also too as somebody who was in the service, a lot of people aren't signing up to join the armed forces, so it's not looking too good. And people thinking, and I will say it's one of those things where people, a lot of times when stuff doesn't happen to people be thinking, oh, it's prime example, say if you got a local bully in the neighborhood or whatever, and you know, word on the street is, or well, you know, Freezy been whipping ass down the street, and it's always them group of people like, man, Freezy ain't doing da 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 da, until Freezy roll up on them and beat them, and then now it's all of a sudden they see the light, like, you know what I'm saying? And
I think a lot of people aren't trying to enlist in the armed forces. And I'm gonna tell you something. I was very shocked when I heard that the military was trying to sue. I think it was trying to sue Snoop Dogg.
It was the XFL. It was the Rock, the XFL. Because
The Rock. They were trying to
yeah.
sue the Rock because they used the Rock they endorsed the Rock to try to help, promote the military to try to get some more enlistment. So they say they pay him like $10 million or something.
No. They paid. So what they did was he is the new owner. Him and his ex-wife are the new owners of the XFL league.
Okay.
And one thing that people don't realize is the military, different branches, they pay the NFL to. I don't know if when you watch NFL games when they do the veteran week and then they paint the field and
right.
They think that people don't know. Because they pay the NFL, that's the part of the reason why they do the national anthems before the games and members out. It's all promotion to get people enlist. So they did the same thing with the XFL. They paid them $10 million to promote, thinking that them promoting through their league is going to in turn give them more recruitment. According to them, their recruitment didn't go up. Now I don't know what metrics they're using or how they are supposed to count that, but that's why they're actually suing the Rock. They're not suing the Rock personally. They might.
Oh, okay,
they're
gotcha.
suing his league because they paid the league $10 million.
Thank you for straightening that up, man. Let me see. Oh, Trucker Yell is back. What do you think about guns, Smitty? Do you think?
I feel like everybody's showing them, especially black people.
Okay, Trump was saying that he was accusing Kamala Harris that if she wins presidency, that as soon as she get in presidency, not too long after, she was going to put strict regulations on firearms. A lot of people would not be able to possess weapons or buy weapons. She was going to make it very hard. She called Trump a liar.
No, they're already doing that. So, like, for example, out here in California, right? California is probably one of the strictest states in gun control. As for prime example, they made it so when the Panthers was doing their thing and they was walking around doing their thing or whatever, they changed the gun laws out here so like people couldn't own guns. I mean, not they can own guns, but they couldn't walk around with them, like conceal them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, just recently, the sheriff out here, I forgot what exactly he did, but he ended up basically changing some stuff or whatever, and now they're giving out more concealed carry. And actually, I'm actually about to get mine. But one part of the reason why, prime example, why another country has never invaded America is because out of all the countries in the world, most citizens, the per capita of guns to people who own guns is like super high. So most other countries, one of the reasons that they never came to invade over here is because damn near everybody got guns. So it's like if they were to come over here and be on some bullshit, they're not gonna just be fighting the military. They got to be worrying about Mr. Jim stepping out his damn door and seeing whoever from whatever is on the street and he popping their ass. Like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they've been trying to a lot of different places been doing buybacks, been doing other little incentives to get people to give up their guns. But if just look at it like this, most of the cities where crime is like crazy, they don't allow you to walk around with no gun or the gun laws are strict. And most of the cities where the gun laws are lax, I'm not saying that crime doesn't happen, but it's one of those things where if you're a criminal, you don't care about the laws. You're going to do whatever the hell you want to do. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're going to go possess arms, you're going to sell weed, you're going to sell dope, you're going to do whatever the hell you want. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
So
they're going to keep it on them regardless. That was just saying.
Yeah. So my thing is, if they're going to do that regardless, why not allow people to be able to defend themselves? In a lot of places they say, well, that's what the police is for. But if somebody is robbing you on the spot or shooting at you or whatever, by the time you call the police and shit, they already got what they got and got the hell on.
What do you think about the draft? Trucker Yell brought to our attention that they done already started the draft back. What do you think about that? Have you heard about that since being
I
that
mean,
you were military? You've been in the military.
Already, we all know as being men, men on this panel, when you turn 18, you gotta, not enlist, but you have to register for the selective service anyway.
Right.
So my whole thing about it is with people not signing up for the armed forces already, when some shit pops off, a lot of people are saying, well, I don't believe in going to fight this or going to fight that. But one of the reasons why our country is the way it is because people are in the military and going to go protect whatever interests or whatever the hell is going on. So the moment that people are saying, well, I ain't going to do this, I ain't going to do that. Well, all these, I hate to say it, but whether you black, white, whatever, you an American citizen, all these luxuries we have over here, it comes at a price. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And in my honest opinion too, with all the feminism shit and equality and all this shit, don't be surprised if they start drafting women too. Like, I know a lot of women that say, oh, I'm not going to do this and don't do that, but that's just where the fuck we at with it right now.
No captivity.
Chief.
They're not gonna do that. I don't think they're gonna do that.
I don't know. This shit looking bad. It's looking bad.
Like I know. I mean, I know they're gonna do the. It's automatic, so it's not like that. But I don't think they're gonna ever draft the women. They never gonna do that. We've already.
Well, this is trucker. This is a different time. Now the women have spoken. They said they can do what men do, and then especially if it's a woman president. That's a whole. That's just a. What do you think?
We know for certain a lot of this feminism. We wanna be in man sports and all this goofy shit that's going on right now. When it really come down to it, when they really gotta go against some shit for real, they gonna fold. They really don't want to do it. They just running their damn mouth and they don't mean nothing about it. That's why they complaining now about this damn these transformers in women's sports right now. Because no matter how much you dumb down the whatever you want to call it, dumb down that shit or dumb down a man, when you got to go against that, that's a different thing. They complaining and crying about this shit that's going on. That's why I said we literally witnessed another country do the same thing that America was with the draft situation. All the motherfucking females is not even in that country. They said all the females gonna go ahead and get on now. All the men got to stay behind. Even the ones that's under 7, even the ones that's 16 years old. It's gonna be the same thing over here at the end of the day.
Chief, what do you think about the draft? Do you think that's a good thing? Do you think it's necessary?
When you speak about the draft, I mean, you can look at it in a different way, because you see a lot of the immigrants that they're bringing into the country. When you think about that, one of the quickest ways to gain citizenship or your green card is through serving in the military. So, it's kind of like a double-edged sword, because right now we're looking at it as far as, okay, they're bringing them immigrants in for votes. It's deeper than just trying to get the votes, because either way, both parties are going to win, because they're going to use this to their advantage for military strength. Mm-hmm. And that's how they're going to get their citizenship. You're going to have people that are trying to get citizenship here in this country that'll be willing to fight to get that as well too, regardless if they are convict or non-convict, male or female. So I think before it really gets down to the point of us drafting ourselves and women, they will have certain incentives for to sign up to join the military.
Shout out to Carl Anderson. Carl Anderson say Mexico just elected a woman. No, Mexico elected a woman and USA is next.
No cap.
That's what Carl Anderson said. Let me get your thoughts on the guns. Now, Donald Trump accused Kamala Harris as soon as if she's fortunate enough to actually get into office, that she was going to eliminate guns. She was going to do a lot of regulation on guns, but she called Donald Trump a liar. What do you think? Do you think that the Democratic Party actually is pushing for Kamala Harris to actually do something about the guns and people possessing guns in the United States?
How are they going to regulate that though, Freezy? Unless you're going to voluntarily come in and bring your gun, unless they're going to actually have the government come into your home and actually find your arms.
Well, I think what they can do is they can make it harder for people to get guns going forward. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they're going to come in your house and get your gun that you already possess. But maybe they'll make it harder for people to actually get guns in the future, and they can probably bar down on the laws, have stricter laws as far as if you fire your gun, in what situation you fire your gun or something like that. I don't know.
You think it's going to come to New York?
I'll say, one main obstacle in the way for that is the NRA. And that particular group, they actually have significant power in this country, especially when it comes to donors for election as well too. The NRA, how they formed themselves, I just see that being very, very hard for that to be able to process. And even if they do pass something, it'll take quite some time before that will actually be able to fully come into effect. And by the time that happens, you will have somebody else from the other party reverse that. Especially in the time that we're in right now, I don't think that the people in the country would approve such a thing as well too, and that would be a major loss because that's part of our constitutional rights right there, is the right to bear arms.
Let's talk about baby deletions, right? So we know Kamala Harris expressed how much she is for baby deletions, and she's very pro-choice. She even had the Planned Parenthood outside of her rally, right? She said Donald Trump's rally is boring, but she had Planned Parenthood outside of her rally actually doing abortions on site. Do y'all think, when it comes to the women in America, do y'all think the majority of women in America feel the same way Kamala Harris does? If I keep pronouncing her now, it don't matter. Do y'all think the majority of women feel the same way that Kamala Harris does about abortion? Or do you think that a minority amount of women feel that way about baby deletion? What do you let me get?
You want me to be honest?
Let me talk to Trucker. Yeah, what do you think, Trucker? Yeah.
You want my honest opinion?
Yeah.
Sure, because these women gonna get fired up in the chat. So, what I'm saying, I don't want to. You want me to be truthful?
Get it to him, blood raw. No Diddy.
I'm here for the thug. Right. No Diddy. Okay. Now we all agreed on the situations of rape and incest, right? That should be a logical or like a life-threatening situation of a woman getting a surgery,
Mm-hmm.
That's logical.
Right.
But in today's time, abortions, the deletions are basically being deletions is almost like Plan B, pretty much. Just pop a pill. Ain't nobody responsible with the shit. It's ungodly at this point. It's beyond ungodly. You know what I'm saying? Some individuals is cool with having 8 or 9, 4 or 5 deletions, 3 deletions. 1 is already bad enough. But to go around here knowing that you got about 4 deletions and shit like that, it's crazy. So that's the part that Kamala, in my personal opinion, she ran from, that she didn't really talk about, because she only talked about the situation. The real problem, it wouldn't really be a problem, I think, for a lot of people if people actually cared or was more responsible of why they was doing these things. But people is just doing it. Hell, people is making a sport out of it at this point.
Mm.
So that's just me looking at it.
Let me ask.
And that's what Kamala. You gotta remember.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you also gotta remember too. again, Trump was throwing shots, but he was throwing truth. Colorado, as we speak right now, deletions at 8 or 9 months, 7 months.
That's crazy.
Just doing them, bro. Why you think they don't show these like? Why you think they don't show the videotapes of these surgeries of
I think
these deletions?
he when he said, hell, I think you can do baby deletions after 8 or 9 months now. Probably even after you have the baby.
Yeah.
After the baby.
But it's true. I mean, but it's true. Colorado is big on that. That's a big thing in Colorado, and they don't talk about it, but it really is. They up there deleting them kids at 8 or 9 months.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? After the child, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, and that's like, I mean, if you think about it, Freeze, just think about it. When have you? They show you everything about sex. They show you everything about STDs. They show you everything about the blue waffle and all that goofy shit. But you have never seen a deletion video. Think about that for a
Bro,
second.
I just can't imagine a child that's 8 months old in the womb. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Bro, they was talking about how the baby would come out and the baby crying, and one of the things they would do was basically take something and shoot them in the back of their neck, and if they don't unalive right then and there, then they would suffocate the child. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now
Like, that's the shit that nobody talks about.
Now, I didn't know about that. The 8-9 months. I did. I know. A lot of states will allow you to have a baby deletion up to 5 or 6 months. But when he said 8-9 months, I actually thought he was being facetious. I was hoping he was being facetious, but you know.
Even 5 or 6 months, bro. That's too much.
Yeah, I know.
Bro,
In some states it's 5 or 6 months, but that's still a lot, though. That's still a lot. 6 months is a lot. Smitty, let me get your opinion. Smitty, do you think that the majority of women in America agrees with Kamala Harris is when it comes to baby deletions and her stance on baby deletions and her being pro-choice?
Yes.
The majority.
Yeah.
No captivity.
And the reason I say that is because just if you want it, we can look at our community. Just do your research on how many the baby deletions has been going on since the 2000s or the 90s or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's something crazy. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't hiccups, there aren't mistakes, there aren't, unfortunate extreme situations that happen. But prime example, personally, I know a handful of women that have had more than 4 or 5 abortions. I'm my baby deletions.
This one here for the thug.
Damn.
And I'm no one to pass judgment or tell somebody to who or what they should be doing with their body or whatever the case may be. But after a couple times, are you learning your lesson, or are you doing what you want to do?
Well, it just seems now like when women know they have access to do that type of procedure and get rid of the baby just to alleviate any type of responsibility. See, this is what's not talked about a lot. Women are always talking about deadbeat dads that's not in the household and stuff like that. But would you guys compare a deadbeat dad with a woman that just deletes the baby? Like, like we talk about deadbeat dads all the time, but bro,
she's worse. I'm gonna be honest with you. She's worse.
But let's just be honest. There are women that have deleted children against the father's will. Yeah, we don't talk about that. Let me go over to Chief. Chief, let me get your opinion. Do you think the majority of women agree with Kamala Harris's stance on baby deletions as far as her being pro-choice?
For that, I don't think I would be able to answer that part. I wouldn't know really how their perception. I wouldn't be able to answer that properly. I don't think. Really, I think that'd be for one of the ladies in the chat or the group to be able to answer that part properly. I don't think that I'll be able to answer that not appropriate, but accurately, should I say?
Damn. Shout out to Emperor, man. Yeah, but I think that situation, the way when I hear Democrats, not even Kamala Harris, but when I hear just Democrats in general, a bunch of starch liberals, when they talk so freely about baby deletions, right? I don't think a lot of people understand. It's going to affect the poorest class of people in America. It's going to affect that group, that racial group the most. And so far, I think black people are on the bottom of the totem pole, right next to Native Americans when it comes to economic status. And then not only that, let's just be honest. Planned Parenthood is right. A lot of Planned Parenthoods, they build right in the vicinity or right in the proximity of urban communities, like, close to the hood.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to do not to cut you off, Freezy, but again, that's why I like history and I do a lot of research on stuff.
Mm-hmm.
People gotta go look up the lady. What's her name? Margaret
Sanger.
Yeah, ain't she the one that started Planned Parenthood or one of the people or whatever the case may be? Go look up the real reason why she started Planned Parenthood. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And who she really is. And a lot of people don't realize and understand. Prime example, people always talk about, well, we're in this racist system and how do we combat this and how do we do this? There's really strength in numbers. Yes, people celebrate all the time that we didn't heard lately that, of course, the Caucasian demographic is dwindling in numbers very quickly, right? But people don't, especially people in our community, don't understand. Yeah, that might be a good thing, but at the same time, too, our community, because we having so many baby deletions, on top of people are dying from shootings and stabbings and bad health and disease and going to jail and getting knocked off and all this crazy stuff or whatever. We ain't climbing up the totem pole like we should. You know what I'm saying? And things aren't going to really, I'm not going to say they're not going to change, but in order to change at a quicker rate, we need more two-parent households. We definitely need more children. You know what I'm saying? We need more kids going into more different careers other than freaking rapping and damn shooting a damn basketball. Like, you know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
And if we don't start changing stuff, shit, I ain't gonna lie to you, it might not be too much of us left over in this motherfucker. Like, for real.
So that's another point that Trump brought up also, or not Trump, but they did ask that question, and I think that was overlooked. And I think Trump failed on that part also with the IVF situation because Kamala brought it up. I don't believe in that shit. I don't. I think the fact that you can get an IVF, whatever fertility thing, and you could just be a proud single parent is insane to me, personally.
I think, to be honest with you, when they were talking about healthcare, now I don't think healthcare is going to change for the better for anyone, no matter who gets elected. If Donald Trump get elected, he might incentivize these private companies, these private insurance companies. I don't know. But I don't think healthcare is going to get better no time soon. I don't even think they care that much about healthcare.
I don't think healthcare is going to get. I don't think healthcare is going to get better anytime soon for the simple fact of it's a business,
right?
If unfortunately, unfortunately, and I hate to say this, but if not enough people dying in the hospital, that motherfucker gonna close down.
I agree.
If not enough, look, if too many people is going to this holistic way of life and starting to use herbs and all this other shit, and niggas is not buying pills or going to go to CVS to pick up their prescription by 6, they shutting that bitch down.
Yeah, and I was thinking about starting a damn garden, bro. I really was, man. I was thinking about starting a garden just to eat better. I got a homeboy. Actually, his nickname is Paralyzed. He was like probably over 400 pounds. Now he's close to 200 and some pounds. From following the Yaki. Y'all know Yaki Awaken. Y'all heard of Yaki Awaken?
Yeah,
I never heard of him.
Yeah, he's big on fruit, like eating fruit and stuff. He talks about the benefits of fruit. But
is that the black doctor dude on YouTube?
No, he's not a doctor. He's like a
he got like dreads or something.
Yeah, he's a YouTuber. He's on social media. He's gone viral talking about the effects of fruit and everything. But he says that fruit will heal you. It will heal you, your mental health. It'll heal cancer. It just being on a straight fruit diet.
But
right?
but you gotta be careful though, Freezy, because prime example, like, and I seen this when I went overseas in many different countries I went to. You gotta be careful where you getting your fruit from over here, because some of this fruit ain't the real deal. Like, you know what I'm saying? You might think it is.
Yeah, that's a fact. And
that's a fact.
The Biden administration, and I want to tell everybody that's in the chat, listen, if y'all shopping for fruit, right? The Biden administration passed a law where companies can actually produce genetically modified fruit. And on the label, it says APEL, APEEL. So if y'all see some fruit with those words on the label, that's genetically modified. I'm trying to tell you, straight up and down.
No, APEL. No, that's why. When I be driving, I be checking out the farms to see, that's what I do.
What's the spelling? What's the correct spelling, Trucker?
APEL. No, you said it. You said it right.
Yeah.
So even like a lot of the stuff, a lot of people don't realize. Like, I stopped eating like Tyson's chicken.
Yeah.
Steroid the fuck out, pretty much. So that's why I'm like so big on like scratch food made from home.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if 90% of your food is made from scratch, then you should be okay. Your kids will go to school, they will never get sick, things like that. But if you are what Smitty like to say, you out here buying fake fruit and vegetables at this point, you know what I'm saying, and even to the point where you got to be careful with that too. Red meat.
I mean, even with the I'm gonna say even with the meat.
Yeah, that's a big thing also. You have to literally pay attention. Yeah, it got steroids in it. It has steroids. And even when that's why they tell you to wash your fruit when you take it home, because even the pesticides that they use on farmland, even
the wax
though
and
you
shit,
can't see it or smell it, it's on there. So you have to literally wash even apples, especially strawberries. Point that out there now. Strawberries is number one. You get your fruit, even if it's fresh, take it home, rinse it off. Saying they show you how to do it. You have to really do it. You have to pay attention to this.
Yeah, good way to do is to
Things
let
like that.
let the
Even the bottles of water that you drink. Even the bottles of water you drink too. They got every like different companies of bottle of water that you buy. The color of the caps also show you if it's fresh or is it chemically. It has like different chemicals and stuff like that. So you have to be careful with that. So yeah, you gotta do your research and stuff like that for real.
Shout out to Nightish in the building. What going on, Nightish?
No Cap-tivity.
Chief, you was gonna say something, Chief?
I was just gonna say with the fruit, yeah, you definitely want to make sure that you soak the fruit in water versus just rinse it off, because the chemicals that they do put on there, you do have some that have waxes on there. So you just rinse it with water. You're not really rinsing anything off except for maybe some other pesticides that they might have put on there before they put the store. But the real deal is to let your fruit soak in the water for a little while. Then you can go ahead and rinse that off once you let it soak. That's how you actually really clean your fruit really well. If you have to think about
Yeah,
it,
you
this
can mix
stuff
it with
also
baking
goes
soda
into
too,
the
just to let
pores
you
of the fruit as well too, through the skin. So you want to soak it, that way you can actually get all that stuff pushed out through the pores.
Yeah. Jessica says the grocery store. No, what did she say? Oh, she said if you have a garden in California, they now want to tax you. If you have a garden in
Oh,
California.
get the hell out of here! You kidding?
I ain't
You
gonna, but I ain't gonna,
serious?
I ain't gonna lie. I don't know if that's true. I'm not saying that it isn't. But I will say this: since living out in California, I see why this shit is, bro. It's crazy out here. The shit that they be like prime example, right? When I first moved out here, I was doing like DoorDash or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
I went to deliver some food downtown, and I was in Skid Row. I didn't know I was in Skid Row. I had to deliver coffee, and I ended up going to the wrong place. So I walk in this place. It didn't have a door on the building. So I walk in the place, and I say, "Hey, man, like did you guys order coffee? I'm looking for this address." They say, "Nah." So I say, "Hey, just curious, what is this place?" They say, "Yeah, this is a place where the state legislation, they open up all these different places around the county and different places in California where all the people who smoke crack and shoot up heroin and all this stuff, they can come in here and we'll get them new pipes and we'll get them new clean needles because we don't want them passing disease and stuff like that. So they just come in here, bring with it whatever, and we give them whatever, and they go out and do whatever." And when I walked outside, it was people lined up on the street, passed out, smoking crack, shooting up and shit like that.
That's crazy, dog. Now,
Now I ain't gonna lie to you.
But I mean, that's at least it's safe.
Hot sauce, say hello, man.
I saw
Hey,
us in the
salute
building.
everybody.
Ain't
How's
nobody
everybody
even know
doing,
you was
man?
here.
Shalom. We ain't even know you was in.
I'm,
You got a gun, nigga. Let me pat you down. Goddamn.
I'm a spirit. I'm everywhere.
Go ahead, hot sauce.
Yeah, but no, I just wanted to comment about the fruit thing because I think that's really important. With what they say nowadays is that like Dr. Sebi, he says that if you're eating fruit in America, it has to be the stuff in the hard shell, like pineapple, bananas, and stuff like that, where the pesticides don't penetrate into the flesh. So like apples and peaches and strawberries are the worst because that pesticides don't come out no matter what you do. So pineapples are good. Certain types of watermelon with seeds are good. Anything with a hard
That's
shell.
another one to watch out for. Also, the watermelons with no seeds. That be the shit.
Yeah, yeah,
That be
yeah.
the one. You see that, you need to
Seedless
take everything you got from that store and return it.
Yeah, and like grapes, you need to leave alone, especially the seedless ones, because all that stuff is genetically modified, right? All of it's genetically modified.
So
Wait, you ain't got no watermelon with no seeds in it, did you?
With seeds.
Huh?
I used to
The
eat
ones
them.
that
I
you
used to
bring
eat them
home,
all the time. You
make
know,
sure they got seeds in them,
watermelons
right?
with no seed has been around for a while since I was a
Yeah,
kid.
yeah. Well,
Yeah, but they've been
some
doing this
stuff
for a
is
long
genetically
time though.
modified, and there's some stuff is hybrid, right? Some stuff is hybrid, like corn. Yellow corn is a hybrid, right? Because corn is supposed to be purple and black, natural corn. The yellow stuff is a hybrid.
Well, I was told that
That's like broccoli man-made.
Yeah, broccoli's man-made. Yeah, broccoli doesn't exist.
Well, Dr. Sabi said corn on the cob really never existed. Corn, the word corn means grain. That's really
Right.
and corn means grain. So like all the grains that they grow in pastures and stuff, that's considered corn. The corn on the cob that we see that they make popcorn out of, they saying that's a new thing. That's a new thing.
Yeah, that's a new thing. Yeah, because corn is supposed to be black and purple.
Right. That's why when you shit, it doesn't
You
corn,
shit it out.
You
It
ever
doesn't
notice
digest.
corn does not what is it called?
Digest.
Your digestive tract does not break down corn. Anybody ever notice that? That shit come out your ass. No diddy.
Yeah.
I'm here for the thug.
Oh my God.
Okay, now Vivian in the chat saying bananas is not natural. What is natural? What's natural?
Hey, Vivian. That ain't always true. We all bananas, okay? We come in all shapes and sizes, all right? Some is short, some is long. I'm just saying.
But no, the bananas, like how we seen in the store, they're not as big as like that when you go to other countries. They're like smaller.
Smaller, right? Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
And just like with watermelon is naturally yellow, not red.
Chief, you was about to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Living in Nigeria, like they have plantains and they have bananas, and the bananas they're much smaller over there. And you'll notice too that the fruit is naturally sweeter there, and they don't even use any of the pesticides or artificial flavorings in their fruits.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, you gotta have
bananas,
but
it's like 10 times sweeter. You would think that they put sugar in there, but that's just naturally how they grow. Over here, we have so much stuff that's genetically modified. That's why you see the bananas bigger. Everything's much bigger because that's all genetics. But naturally, they're smaller and sweeter.
Wait. Smitty said the natural color of a watermelon is yellow. It's supposed to be yellow. Anybody heard that, folks?
No, for real.
Red watermelon is man-made.
Really? I never heard that before.
Yeah, it's supposed to be yellow. And another thing, there's a thing like alternative. There's a guy on YouTube. There's a guy on YouTube. He does water fasting, and water fasting and black seed oil cures almost everything from cancer, heart attacks, everything. Like even if you have like high blood pressure, if you do like a 15-day water fast, your blood pressure comes down, and if you're right, it'll stay down.
A 15-day water fast and what? A drop of black seed oil a day?
Yeah.
Yeah, water fast is probably the best way to lose weight.
Because water fast is the ultimate reset.
Yeah,
that's the ultimate reset.
After the second day of water fasting, it flushes out your system for the next 2 days. And then after that,
well, it depends on how sick you are. If you're healthy, 2 days is good. If you're sick, it's going to take like 7 or longer. Depends on how healthy you are. But 21 days will get you right.
It's funny you say that, Hassas, because when I joined the Navy, the first night you get there, they keep you 24 hours, and you pretty much, I mean, they feed you like the next day, but like you just be drinking water, like.
Yeah, you got a water fast. A water fast is the ultimate reset, right? No matter what disease you have, cancer, pressure, obesity, whatever. Even if you lose a lot of weight, you know how people get loose skin or water fasting, your body will start eating your skin, just start shrinking your skin. It's the ultimate reset.
That's a fact. That
And
is
then
that is
juice
very
fasting
true.
would be the second. Juice fasting would be the second. Like, you can't really do a water fast, but if you do a juice fast, like juicing like spinach, turmeric, ginger, stuff like that, they'll get you straight. Like 60 days. Like this one dude, right? It's called Sick and Nearly Dead. He did a juice fast for 60 days. Got off diabetes medication, got off high blood pressure medication, lost 97 pounds
For
of
on
pure
a water
fat.
fast?
Yeah.
A
You saying
juice
And then you
fast
ever
for
notice
60
where
days. A
you
juice
saying a water
fast.
fast house? He did that.
No, a juice fast. A juice
Freezy, you,
fast.
you
Oh,
ever
The
juice
movie
fast.
notice
is called Sick and Nearly Dead.
Sick and maybe we'll watch that in the
The movie
Discord.
is called Sick and Nearly Dead.
Maybe
you
that's
hey
why.
Freezy, you ever notice
Yeah,
Go ahead,
you
Joe
ever
Joker.
Croft.
notice if you because this is a training thing that my coach put me on, right? He
Mm-hmm.
used to we couldn't drink the water, but we'd swish it around our mouth and then spit it out. That was one thing. Or
Oh, that's a dry
what he
fast.
would do is we couldn't or we would just drink water, but we couldn't eat anything. So we can go days without eating, but as long as we drink water, period,
Well, listen,
most of the
I was
day
on
we was good.
I was talking to somebody not so long ago. I didn't even know it said that if you go 3 days without drinking water, you could die. Bro,
Yeah.
I've did a 3-day fast without drinking nothing and not eating nothing. Y'all telling me I almost died? Huh?
No
Well,
captivity.
everybody's different,
Why does
right?
your body
Everybody's,
react to
but
it?
you like 7 days. It's 7 days, 3 to 7 days, right?
3 to 7
3 to 7
days.
days.
Yeah, but
Everybody's
you
different.
want to be careful with that because you'll be fine, but your body with the dehydration that can happen instantly, and that's when you start having your muscles start contracting. So you'll still be good to go, but you'll notice your body just from like that, without even being outside or exerting a lot of energy, will just start to contract because they need that water, a circulation throughout the blood. So also body mass also takes accountability too. So if you have a higher body mass, then you'll be able to sustain more for a longer period. But you definitely want to be careful with that because your muscles automatically sense that there's a lack of water, and that's the first thing that they start doing is contracting.
Listen, I was just gonna go there, Jessica. So what do y'all think? Do y'all think Jesus went 40 days and 40 nights without drinking water too?
But that's different, Freezy. That's the spirit of God, right? That's a miracle. Because Moses did the same thing, right? He fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, right? And he
Yeah.
did that on a feast day. That's something totally different.
Okay. So that was what's so significant about it. It was almost like a miracle. It was like a miracle.
It is a miracle because how many outside of those two, who else did it?
So I got a question for everybody. I got a question.
Flavor Flav. I'm just joking.
So no. So do y'all really believe that Kamala, even if she got an office, she would literally lower the prices on food?
No.
Nope, she can't. Well. No, I think prices of food is going to lower anyway, right? Because just because there's going to be so much fake food out there coming soon, right? Bill Gates has brought farmland. What is it? Masitos, right? Masitos, right? One of the big three coming out with new GMO products. So food is going to come down anyway.
I don't think so.
Yeah, but I mean, Kamala can't regulate private companies on bringing
That's
down their
going to be on
food.
behalf of actual companies. One thing I can say is that I know, like, for example, Kroger's and Albertsons with their partnership, Kroger said that they're going to be able to reduce their prices on all their groceries by $1.2 billion.
Yeah, it's
But once
coming
again,
anyway.
that's by
It doesn't
the
matter.
company sector, but
Yeah,
she
it
can't
doesn't.
do that though.
It
You
doesn't
said it
matter
doesn't
who's
matter.
president. That's already coming down the pipeline. She's just telling you shit that's already coming.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier when I was reading her policies, and I'm just looking at it like, because it was about like 7 to 10 that I read real quick, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, man, this is like talking to a car salesman, like, this full of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the same shit that we've been hearing for years.
But Kamala,
Like,
she's
even if
going to
you look
win,
it up
bro.
right
She's
now,
going to
Freely, and I
win.
hope you look it up right now.
You think
If she
Kamala
wins,
is
if
going to
she,
win?
Kamala Harris is going to win. She
I
has
saw.
to win. She has to win because America is behind in this. America is supposed to be the bastion of progressiveness. Mexico, Tanzania, Germany, Finland, all have female leadership before America. America's behind. She has to win.
listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, if she wins by January 1st, we're gonna be at war. I just want
Just
to add
don't
that.
nuke
Maybe,
Florida.
If she
maybe,
wins by
maybe,
January, by
yeah.
January, most likely we're gonna be at war.
I
And
think
just
that's the
like
only
what
other thing
Chief
is
was saying, and which is a big fact. And I thought about that a couple months ago. One of the reasons why a lot of these immigrants in here is for that reason alone.
Well, I mean, I think America. If we get into another war, especially with like somebody like Iran, America's going to lose. We'll lose. We'll lose. Right? Americans today are not the Americans of yesterday.
Absolutely. That's
Right? The
We'll
Vietnam
lose.
War
Wait.
dudes.
We'll lose against Iran.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Wait, but we still
no
have the
way.
Right,
most. We still got the biggest guns. We still got the biggest guns.
Yeah,
gentlemen,
Iran,
gentlemen. Iran
freezing.
already. Iran when Iran attacked Israel, right, and America did nothing. That it already told you America didn't want that smoke with Iran.
No, the
Right?
reason
Because
why
when
America
Iran
didn't do
attacked
anything is
Israel,
because Israel has a super dome, and that particular defense mechanism that they have, nobody can mess with them. Israel has like one of the most powerful militaries in the world, but that defense mechanism that they have, it can launch out, it can go against 100,000 missiles at the same time. That's why when you looked at it, there was no damage done to Israel. You can't attack Israel, and that's
so
why they're our number one ally.
that is not true. Damage was go back to YouTube again. Damage was done with Israel because what Iran
Look
did, they
how many
did things in
missiles that they
phases.
launched. Look how many
First,
missiles that they launched.
first,
Look how many actually penetrated
first,
through Israel. They launched over like
first.
250 missiles. So if you have about 7 missiles that land out of 250, that says something about their defense with their military.
So
Hold on.
first, what Iran did was they sent like basic drones that you could easily shoot down. Right? That's what they did first. And so what they did, they used the Iron Dome to shoot it down. Then they sent a second wave of drones that was a little bit more high tech, right? Shot those down. Then when the Iron Dome was exhausted their missiles, then Iran sent their real shit. And there's three things that we learned from that attack. Number one, Iran can penetrate Israel Iron Dome because they just did it. Number two, a fight with Iran will be extremely expensive. Number three, the capabilities of Iran, we didn't know fully what they had because when they sent their fifth gen drones, they did not know they America did not know they had that. America does not
Now,
want to smoke with Israel
now,
at
if
all.
Israel was to retaliate at the same time, you have to think about, like I said, how many missiles were launched. Of course, there's going to be some missiles that are going to actually penetrate. It's not saying that it's impossible for anything to penetrate. When you look at how strong their defense mechanism is, it's not that hard for them to. And when you see them fight back against Lebanon and they launch their missiles at them, you see the damage that they do. Lebanon doesn't have no defense mechanism like Israel does or like the U.S. does. So yeah, they can
So
launch a lot of
so
missiles, but how are they going to defend themselves?
y'all worried about Israel? I mean, that's cool and all, but I would be more concerned with China. personally.
No, China's not going to fight. It will be, if there's a war, it will be with Iran, and it'll be with Iran and Russia. It won't be with China. That's why I'm saying Iran. No, I mean
Bro, listen,
this it will be
I'm
with Iran. It will definitely be with Iran and Russia. China does not fight that way. Historically, China doesn't fight that way. China fights economically, right? And that's why China is in Africa right now. China fights an
uh,
economic war.
right. They in Africa and they here too,
Yeah, but
especially
again,
in
they fight an
California. Hold
economic
on,
war. They're economically.
especially
China
in
doesn't
California.
China does not have war experience, right? They don't fight that way. They don't integrate that way. They don't colonize that way. They colonize economically. Russia and Iran is the ones that will like kick down your door and blow you up. And Iran showed that it's very expensive to go to war with them. And America already asked for peace when they bombed Israel. That already showed you. America
It
didn't
goes down
want
to
that. And I see
at
the
the end
thing
of the
see
day.
the thing that we make a mistake on is this. America that we grew up in is not the America today. It's not.
Well, I always
We're
thought.
not
Yeah, you
that.
got to think about the nuclear power as well too. So when you think about the nuclear power, they don't stand a chance with us when you go play nukes versus nukes.
But no,
There's nowhere.
who's going to launch a nuclear missile, man? Honestly, nobody's going to do that.
Well,
Well,
hey,
you say that,
listen.
but
I'm
if
I'm
you go
gonna
to
be
World War
honest with you.
Three, if
Kamala
you
ain't
go
got
to World War
the
Three, it's inevitable
Kamala ain't
at
got
that
the
point.
heart to do it. I'm just saying like that. She ain't got the heart to do it. She ain't
Listen,
gonna do
listen.
it.
No,
World War,
no one's gonna. That's like if you nuke, they nuke, then everybody's done. That's the whole point of having nukes, so nobody uses it, right? Nobody's gonna do that.
When your back is against the wall, you'd be
You sleeping
surprised
in
what
there?
certain people do.
Go in your room.
I mean, if it wasn't such a threat, we wouldn't be taking such precaution about all these countries and their projects and stuff with nuclear. If we were just like, well, that's not going to happen because everybody's going to nuke themselves.
Well,
Obviously, there has to be some kind of concern with that.
Hold
the
on.
reason why you don't
Smitty,
want the
if you
reason
don't,
why you don't want nukes is because you want
Korea
to. America
here.
controls the world by policy, right? America
Yeah, North
controls the
Korea
world by
here.
Smitty,
policy.
if you don't, oh
If
no,
you have,
never mind. I ain't gonna ask you. I was gonna ask you
it,
in your personal
if
opinion, um,
if but hold on, let
who
me
would
just
you
say
be
this real
more
quick.
concerned with?
If everybody gets nuked, then you can no longer control the world by policy, right? But
Do you think
if you
somebody like
can,
Kim Jong
if
Un in
I
North
have
Korea
bigger
cares
guns than
about that
you
though?
control by
Hardcore?
policy.
Do you think somebody like Kim Jong Un in North Korea cares about that aspect though? There's certain leaders who don't care about that, and that's the part we have
As
to realize though
crazy
too.
as crazy as he is, he still ain't nuking nobody.
Nah, I don't.
Like,
He would
yeah,
do it.
like when we go to World
He
War
would
Three, that
definitely
has to
do
be
it.
inevitable with the drone technology that we do have
Listen,
now.
he would definitely do it. The fact that he just deleted like I think 30 of his officials for 4,000 people, the
Yeah,
people
but
that
he hasn't
actually,
done it yet.
bro,
He
He
doesn't
hasn't
care.
done it
he
That's
yet.
would
what.
do it, bro. Nah, and he don't like honestly. I believe he'll do it, and I think the first chance he actually get a chance to do it, it ain't gonna be against America, but it's gonna be against the other folks over there. I'm just saying
Bro,
that
it
now.
ain't
That's
it
gonna be the
ain't
first one.
no, nobody's gonna drop a nuke. No, come on, stop.
well, I think that World War Three to me is inevitable. I don't know exactly when it's going to happen, but I always had it in my imagination that if anybody's going to go to war against America and whoever their allies is, it was going to be China and Russia.
It's definitely
you know,
Well,
but
even in
Greece does
scripture
get
it's called
biblical
it says
too. It
Iran.
says
Even in
East is
scripture
lies
it's
to the West
Iran.
in the Bible. So that part is biblical at the end of the
What's
day
the
if you
scripture? What's
follow
the
it
scripture?
in the biblical sense.
Even in scripture it says it's going to be Iran, the Persians, the Medes. That's not China. You right? It
It says
says that
it says
the
the
Medes
East will collide with the
is
West.
going to destroy the land where it says that the Medes are going to destroy the land where the Israel's where Judah was held captive, right?
There's multiple
And it says
scriptures
that this
in
is going to
there
be a
with
wasteland.
that.
The Medes are not Chinese. Even in scripture, it says that it's going to
There's,
be Iran.
if you go into, I can pull up the scripture, but you go into Revelations, it then goes to geographical location and it mentions the East versus the West per se to break it down. And AMP format, but you have multiple scriptures about it. So you will have different sections with Iran and the Persians in some scriptures, and you will have it just referring to the East coming against the West. So when you go with the East coming against the West, that can include the Chinese, that can include the Indians and the Pakistans as well too, and the Koreans as well too.
Yeah, but we're talking okay, but we're talking two different things, right? Because Freezy's saying America, right? In Scripture, it's very clear. It's very clear what says Babylon the Great has fallen, right? It talks about Babylon the Great has fallen, and it says that the Medes have done it, not Magog and Gog, the Medes, right? Now, when you talk about the final war, Magog and Gog and Magog, yeah, I agree with you there, East and West. But when it talks about Babylon has fallen, the great whore, it specifically and literally says the Medes have done it.
But you also
But
think about
I
this as
think
well too.
listen,
I follow you on that part, but then you have to go back to allies. As you're watching all this stuff unfold and stuff, these countries also have allies, and these allies they range from different geographical locations as well too. You have Russian warships right now in our backyard in Cuba. So
Right.
when it all comes down, you can say this is the group that's responsible. But once you're allies, like how we have NATO as well too, once one is down, is game up. Everybody has to fall into line. So
let me ask you guys this: as far as this election, this upcoming election, what do you guys think? How do you guys think black people should move forward with this election? Do y'all think that black people should be majorly concerned about this election? Do y'all think this election will even help black people at all? What do y'all think black people
they should be.
stand in
They
this
should be
election?
concerned. Period. Even if it wasn't an election, they need to be concerned. Period. If you live in America in today's time, you need to be concerned at all times. You know what I'm saying? Especially as a black man or a black person, but black men, shit, you need to be. You know what I'm saying? Veterans is homeless. People, dogs is getting eaten up now. Uh, 30 million immigrants. We American people don't get no housing, but anybody from any other country can get housing immediately. Ain't worked a job in their damn life, but guess what? They can live in a 2,000 square foot house, nice crib, get it free. But then we got people freezing to the sidewalks in Portland or in California now, because California gets snow now too. At this point, you know what I'm saying? So either way it go, I think people need to wake the fuck up. Wake. Oh, I almost said the F word. People need to wake up and start really paying attention to what's going on out here. Because even though people keep getting distracted with this whole Tyrese and Tyreek Hill and all that stuff, and I'm looking at this stuff like y'all don't even realize they out here trying to get men and grown ass men and grown ass women to take showers together. Get your kids to take showers together in school and shit and play sports and the whole 9 yards. That's what they doing behind all this bullshit.
Right, but look what Kamala has been representing on her campaign trail. She said that Donald Trump's rallies are boring, right? But on another hand, on her rallies and stuff, she crunk. She off the chain. She got Megan Thee Stallion twerking, shaking her ass. She got Planned Parenthood outside of the the stadium or wherever they are, the convention center, doing baby deletions and all that kind of stuff. Like how they're targeting black people. It just seems to me. It's just so sad how black people are eating all of this stuff up. Especially black women. A lot of black women are eating this stuff up that Kamala Harris is selling. What do y'all think black people stand? Do y'all think black people should even be concerned with politics at this point in time versus just concentrating on cleaning up their families and stuff, families and households and all that kind of stuff?
Well, I will say this, Freezy, for me, from my perspective, right? So if we look at the book, right, it is against the law. It is against the law for Judah to pick leaders that are not Judah. And one of the ways that we're spiritually cursing ourselves, and one of the ways that we are actively participating in our downfall, is constantly picking leaders that don't come from that don't come from us, right?
No
Because
captivity.
the law specifically said that we should only pick rulers from Judah. So spiritually, every time we vote for a Trump, every time we vote for a Clinton, right, we are spiritually and physically cursing our willing participant, right? Because when you pick a leader, right, when you pick a leader, you're making an agreement, you're making it, saying that agreeing with this person and they're speaking. So a part of the punishment that they will get, you will get. Just like when when David did something, God killed like 10,000 people in Israel, right? Because he's the leader. Because God said in the very beginning, do not pick a leader. I'll be your leader. But we're like, nah, we want to be like everybody else. Second point is this. I think the second Exodus is coming. I think that, again, as an Israelite, I think we're going to be out of here pretty soon. I would say by 20, right? Because you see more and more people waking up to who they are. The Bible says, in the land of your captivity, you will remember yourselves, and I will remember the covenant I made with your forefathers, and then I'll bring you into the wilderness. So even Russia had a song and said that black people, you're the chosen people. Wake up. Do not partake with America and come out of her. Even Russia had that going on, like in then they released the icons where it shows the black Jesus and all the prophets being black. So even Russia was like, yo, y'all just need to raise up out of here. So that's what I think. I think black
did you
people
see
need
the
to get right
interview?
with God
Did you see
because
the
Jacob's trouble is over.
Oh, wait, Hassan, did you see the debate between Candace Owens and the rabbi on Pierce Morgan's
Yes, I did.
Okay,
Yes, I did.
did you notice that she referenced
Yes,
Revelations
yes.
2:9?
Yep,
And so
yep,
when she
yep.
referenced that right now,
Bro, our time is up.
but see, this is the thing, bro. She's been on a radical tear. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Like Candace Owens is a different Candace. Like she's been on a radical tear.
Yeah.
And when she quoted that scripture, right? A lot of people didn't know that scripture. A lot of people need to pay attention to that. I covered that on my last live stream, but a lot of people think that that was her first time actually quoting that scripture during Pierce Morgan's debate with her and the rabbi. But she quoted that. She did a whole live stream on the small hats
with Kanye.
Well, no, not even with Kanye, on her own. A lot of people don't know about this live stream. She did one on her own debunking that the small hats were the real small hats.
Yeah. Yeah.
She did a whole live stream by herself on that.
But I mean, because you got rabbis now complaining. You got rabbis now complaining that their own people are asking, "Are we really the people of the book?" Because we can't find it in history, and they're coming out acknowledging. Now they're coming out acknowledging. Okay, yeah, most likely you guys are the people. Lots of rabbis are coming out saying that, right? So the thing about it is this, right? If this was 20 years ago, Candace having that conversation, she would be cooked. She'd be kicked off, whatever, right? But, spiritually speaking, times have shifted. So I think black people need to get right. Black people need to get right because at the end of the day, I think we about to see the second Exodus, the greater Exodus.
Oh, wait.
So I think we need to be more worried about that.
I don't mean to interrupt or nothing like that. I got a quick question. I got a bet going on right now with my she thinks Israelite. Are you an Israelite, sir?
Yes, I am.
God damn it! Oh, damn, man! Damn, man! I done lost this damn man. Oh.
Yeah, but I'm not out on the corners cussing people out though. Even though I appreciate them because they woke me up, but I'm not out here cussing people out in the corners though.
But here's the thing: it's so much of
No,
like
no,
that
no, 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 no,
stigma.
no.
That stigma that Israelites are cussing people out all the time. That's just one camp in a certain city in America.
SUPK.
No,
It's Philly. It's Philly. It's in Philly. SUPK. Philly and
not,
DC.
I wouldn't say ISUPK so much because they've calmed down a lot, but originally it was GMS. GMS was doing a lot of that.
Yeah, GMS. Yeah.
But I want to say this. I don't understand why, especially black folk, right, would even go along with the small hats being the real small hats, because in the Bible, even the Bible tells us that Jesus was of color. He was of dark complexion, very dark complexion.
Because I told you earlier, these niggas don't be reading.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand that. They just go with anything.
It's like we have a painting, you see a painting of Jesus like that, but you look into the Bible, it gives you the description of Jesus, it gives you the description of Solomon and Moses and Noah. So same thing with the Israelites as well too. It gives you the description of your face, but it's the trickery that we fall susceptible to in this city.
I'm gonna take it one step further, man, because I'm not a religious person. I'm more spiritual, but if the person who was in that picture, right, was in modern day Middle East, which the Middle East made up term used to be called Northeast Africa, but that's another conversation. That nigga will be
it's Northeast Africa, yeah.
And no way in hell, man, that light. I've been over there. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's hot as shit.
They won't survive.
And sunscreen didn't exist yet back then. Sunscreen didn't exist yet. So what they doing if they white? How they living?
But hot sauce. Not to mention, just to levy back off of what you're saying as well. Let's go back to Putin. Did y'all see?
Yeah, let me say something about that real quick.
Wait. Do you know what I'm about to say? Putin. Do you see the dog? Did you see the figure that Putin showed during his press conference? He showed the Black Jesus.
Yes, and I want to say something else about when you're done.
Yeah, I was just saying that goes along with what you're saying as far as like we're getting close to a biblical exodus, a second exodus, hot sauce, because who would have ever thought that white men of power, right, across seas in a place like Russia actually will reveal to the masses this is the real image of Jesus. White men are doing that.
Right. So check this out, right?
Mm-hmm.
In 2017, Putin, the Russian president, goes into a cathedral, talks about all the missiles that they have, and they said, America, there's some missiles that we have that you can't even mess with. I apologize for cussing. Then he turns right around and he says, African Americans, this is not your war. Go back to your God, being the children of the book. He literally said this in 2017.
I remember that.
Then they broke out in the song. He had the whole Russian choir breaking out in the song. Talking about black people, wake up from your sleep. This is not your war. Go back to your God.
I do remember them. I do remember.
Do you remember? Do you guys remember in the I don't know if it was the 1950s or the 1960s, the president of Egypt, President Nasser, made a statement saying that the Jews left black and they came back white.
Yep.
That's what he said.
Yep. It was like, stop the cap.
So when we have all these indications and then what's going on, and America is basically known across the world as, I guess,
Babylon the Great.
yes, the best, the greatest empire that we have right now today.
Yes.
America is easily the greatest empire in modern day civilization right now. But
I would. Yeah.
You would agree with that?
Outside of Greece, I would say America is the greatest empire the world has ever seen. Outside of Greece.
No, I'm talking about today. I'm not talking about ever seen. I'm talking about today.
Yeah. No, definitely, it's the greatest.
Yeah.
I would say it's the second in history, and the greatest in modern history. Yes.
How far? You can't even say Greece, because where did Greece get their information from?
Egypt.
No, because Greece Hellenized the whole world. That's why I'm saying that. They Hellenized the whole world. They changed everything to their own image, right? The fact that you have like Hellenization of deities, Hellenization of education, which comes from Greek, right? They actually conquered the known world.
Okay, with that being said, do you guys think we will
but
ever?
Didn't the Moors teach them?
What'd you say? What'd you say,
wrong
Trucker?
about that part?
Say again?
Didn't the Moors teach all of this?
The Greeks.
So y'all gotta
were
better
going
explain that to me, because I know some of a little.
No. Greek. See, because the thing about Greece was this, and Alexander the Great was this. I don't need to enslave you to conquer you. I just need to make you be like me. Practice our cultures, practice our customs, and believe and behave in our ideals. Right. That's where the whole idea of Hellenization comes from. Right. So they make Buddha, Christ, white. Right, Europeanized, the Renaissance, right? All that stuff comes from Greek, from the Greek Empire, right? That's where the term Hellenization comes from.
No, I get that part. I'm talking about, in order for them to even get to that point, the teachers were actually Moors, which is where they learn how to do math. And building and things like that.
I get that, but the Moors didn't do it, man. The Greeks did it. The Moors didn't do it. The Greeks did it. The Greeks went into Asia, Africa, the New World, and the Americas, right? They did it.
Well, let me ask you guys this. Do you think America will ever recover from this inflation totally?
No.
I ain't gonna lie to you. This shit over with over here.
No.
Yeah, we done. We done.
Say one more time for the people here. Say, look, he got done eating.
No, U.S. is done. Right, because the scripture says, right? The scripture says, right? I moved.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Smitty.
Go ahead, Smitty.
I'm just saying it's over with. Like like, prime example, like, right, when they fly planes or they drop bombs, and you always can see the light first, right? And then maybe a couple seconds later, then the sound come. Right now, we seen the light. The sound is on its way though. It's over with for you.
Yeah.
All this. Listen.
Yeah.
They putting in kids TV shows and comics and all this other shit, all this alphabet community shit. You know what I'm saying? They got, for the president damn convention, they got rappers up here shaking ass to telling us to get our vote and all this other shit. It is over with. For this is the Herman Bailey circus over in this motherfucker.
Damn.
Yeah, because like, just like from a historical point of view, right? Everybody keeps saying like, how Rome fell is how America's falling, right? Through degeneracy, right? But for me, right, there's a scripture that says like, I removed the cup of trembling from Jacob's lips to the Gentiles, right? And as long as Israel, like, because the 400 years is up, right? So as long as they have us there, right, they gonna have problems. Cause check this out, right? Look at white women, how they acting right now, disrespecting their men in public. You never seen that shit before, right? Having multiple babies out of wedlock, right? White women are the fastest amount of women having babies out of wedlock, right? Broke, right? Now Asian men are earning more than them. White supremacy has lost its luster, right? They're becoming the niggas of the world, right? White people are the new niggas. It's
So
over.
here's my thing, right?
Damn.
Hold on, no,
Oh,
no,
let
no.
me.
What's
Oh,
hold on. So here's my thing, right? And if you want to be perfectly honest, when I tell you this shit just happened not too long ago, it did. I was on Facebook, uh, and an ad came up, and it said, "Should we allow transgender on YouTube Kids platforms?"
Wow.
And it had a vote. It had a vote. Yes, no, maybe, bruh. I just threw my hands up in the air. At this point, Smitty is right. Like common sense ain't even common sense no more.
I agree.
Like we just
Everything,
seeing the light,
everything is
and when all
pointing.
this shit crumbles,
Everything is
it's gonna
pointing
be
towards
bad.
destruction. And you know what's the most discouraging thing? Our two presidential candidates trying to get in office right now. It's just so sad. Like this debate that I just seen, it was entertaining, but it was sad at the same time. I'm like, damn, it's so
It was.
sad, you know.
Yeah.
It make you feel like, man, we ain't got a chance for getting up out of this shit. Like, you know.
I want to ask Freezy and Hot Sauce. I want to ask y'all this, right? In the book, right after the 400-year curse and all that stuff, whatever. What does the book say is supposed to happen? What's supposed to be the next step in this evolutional process?
Well, the next thing is the next thing before the coming of Christ is supposed to be pandemonium. It's supposed to be what is it called? What is that called? The apocalypse. It's just World War III. And y'all seen Mad Max and the Thunderdome or Mad Max Furioso that just came?
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to be tribulation, right? The Bible call it tribulation.
Yeah. So basically we're gonna go through war. It's gonna be war, right? I forgot what it say. Arrows of fire, all across. And then after the war will be a famine. There's like different parts. After the war will be a famine. So when you see movies like Book of
Civil
Eli,
War.
Mad
Civil War,
Max and
which is the
Mad
recent
Max, when you see movies like that, I don't know if y'all realize why the scenery looked like that in those movies. That was after the apocalypse. It was after World War III. That's why those movies, that was the setup of the movies.
Well, I
So,
don't
but
know if
in the
y'all
but
have y'all
Freezy
seen
in
the
the
movie.
And
Bible,
so hold on,
let me
wait. That's why you had
answer.
people. That's why you had people in the movies, roaming around, the earth, looking like just scavengers. It was the resources were depleted because everything was nuked.
So
And any rare resources that people had, they were powerful people at that time. So this is biblical. And I think a lot of these movies that they making, all they're doing is basically depicting what the Bible is said is supposed to happen anyway. I don't know. But
Yeah,
it's almost like we're
also
on
in the
course.
Bible. Yeah, but also in the Bible it says that Jacob will be saved out of it. So the next step after the 400 years is that we're supposed to be taken into the wilderness, right? And we're supposed to be passed under a rod. So before destruction happens in Babylon the Great or America, we're supposed to be taken out, right? We're supposed to be taken out, even by America's enemies like Russia, China, Iran will even take us out of here. They'll be like, okay, the children of Israel can go, they can leave,
Right. And
right?
then
Because
go ahead. I'm sorry.
because there's tribulation and there's Jacob trouble, right? So, like, if you look at the history of Israel has been in slavery like for at least 2,000 years. Slavery or oppression for at least the last 2,000 years, somewhere, somehow, right? Assyrian, Babylonian, whatever, right? So this is supposed to be the last punishment, right? So after that, we're supposed to come out. We're supposed to go to a place of wilderness, and there we're supposed to be protected while the rest of the world is going. Like we'll be protected, the rest of the world is going through World War III. That's why also when you see like Mad Max and stuff like that, you don't see any black people there, right? Because
Right.
we've been taken out, right?
Oh,
Because
that's
this is not our trouble.
that's a great point. And also just to touch on what all of the things that Babylon, modern day Babylon will actually experience as far as, let's just talk about one of the things like homosexuality, right? A lot of people
Yeah.
still are waiting on this big influx of homosexuality. A lot of people are waiting on it to be like Sodom and Gomorrah. But if you go
Yeah.
back, if you really go back to the Bible, Sodom and Gomorrah was just one place. It was one place on earth, right? And here's the thing: everybody doesn't have to be homosexual for it to be for that mentality to have to actually have taken over a nation of people. I hear I think that's from Chief. Chief, can you mute up 1 second, Chief? 'Cause I hear an echo coming from you.
Crazy.
Let me say this. Let me say
They-
this. But think about it, guys. Now I heard this on, I think on Hemp's show. They were saying people was debating that there's still a small percentage of people that claim homosexuality. They was talking about black men. Some people believe that 40% of black men are homosexual. But then they did the numbers. They were saying, well, they think only about 10% or whatever, right? But here's the thing. We don't know how many people are in the closet. And another thing is, think about how big the Democratic Party is and how many liberals it is, right? Dog, even if you don't claim homosexuality, how many people do y'all think actually has accepted it?
Oh, it's a lot of people.
Think about it.
Everyone has
That's
accepted it.
it
Everyone
listen,
has.
Freezy, it's that's why they don't. You know, back in the day, people used to discipline kids at some point. That's not my son. I know my son ain't walking up this motherfucker. You think you gonna walk over Big Mama's house in the dress and you a man? Hell nah. What? But there is a movie that y'all keep forgetting about, and I think it's very accurate. And it's a movie called Civil War.
I saw that.
I seen it.
And
I seen it after you told
it's
me about
humbling.
it.
You seen it?
Yeah, I seen it.
And I think that is very accurate to what's about possibility in about a year or two. I think that is a high probability. Like it makes sense. I mean, think about it. Texas is his own grid, his own, you know what I'm saying, became his own nation and all that you know what I'm saying? All that shit. All that shit going on right now. So I think
Man,
that's
all I
more
want to say
accurate.
is this. The scripture says, "Come out of her, so you do not take part of her punishment." And you know how black people be, man, loving that white man. A lot of black people gonna get here and gonna get cooked, right? I'm telling you, man. When it's time to be out, when they say go to the wilderness and they get ships and shit, and Iranians are like, get on, y'all better get on. Telling y'all, is America's done. Because
Oh, they
think
been
about it
done.
this way, Freezy. Remember like 2017 when everybody started saying Most High, 2015, 2017, when everybody's talking about Most High and blacks start waking up,
Yeah.
all of a sudden America start having all this type of trouble. All of a sudden America had all types of trouble, right? Lose like because this is the thing when we talk about allies, right? In China doesn't fight physically. How do they fight? They fight economically. Look what happened. Everybody's decoupling from the dollar. Who did that? China, right? Now people trading and trading routes and stuff like that. Who did that? China. That's how they fight. They don't pick up guns like that. That's going to be their allies, like one of the brothers said, right? That's going to be their allies, Iran and Russia, right? They going to thug it out. but America's going to make America bankrupt in inflation. Part of the reason why we have inflation right now is because of the decoupling of the dollar.
Yep. We're overspending way more
Right,
than
and
we're actually
and
bringing in.
every economist already said the debt is so high you can't pay it back. You can't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You know what? At this point, like I said just the other day, we just got these damn eggs the other day. 2 cartons of 18. Okay, you know them little small cartons of eggs. They used to be like
Hmm.
$1.50, $2. They going for almost $6 now. Cost us $12 for. I'm thinking. I'm like, you know, what I'm saying, like a dozen of eggs used to be like $5 or $6. Now I look
Yeah,
at it,
but I
it's
mean,
almost
but I mean,
twenty
like the thing,
dollars.
U.S. The dollar lost its value when people can pay for oil and gold or their local currency. The dollar was cooked.
But see, y'all keep when we talking about in essence of war, we keep mentioning weaponry. But biblically in the Bible, that's not the only wages of war that's gonna be,
Hmm.
you know, um we already seen with COVID and stuff and
Hmm.
what's his name is? What's the guy over the CDC? Um
Fauci,
Fauci,
Fauci.
Fauci.
What he's already admitted in front of Congress. He knew that virus came out of the Wuhan laboratory, and uh and also it's already understood. It was already understood that America funded the Chinese prior to
Yeah,
that virus even coming out. But he just
yeah.
admitted that.
The professor of Harvard, professor of Harvard toxicology, did that shit. Yeah.
Right. So the Bible talks about in the last days, it talks about plagues. It won't just be
Hmm.
like war with guns and stuff and explosive. It's gonna be plagues
Hmm.
in the earth. You understand what I'm saying?
you
So
also got to, or you also got to take in this at this point, and we got to add this too, the social media situation. Because even when that's them situation that was going on with the social media, what was they doing? They was blocking everybody out here that was telling the truth. As a matter of fact, they actually had them on a list. You know what I'm saying? Which Kamala is talking about holding social media accountable because they're putting out false narratives. When we know for a fact that the government was literally locking people up for even, you know what I'm saying, hey, worry about your vitamin D, this, that, and the third. And then comes to find out 2 years later, after somewhat of a little bit of stability, that everything that they were saying was a bunch of bullshit. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
but see, this is the see.
Y'all trying to crack down on these people that's out here telling the truth. But the whole time y'all been lying, you know what I'm saying? And people that lost their lives and take these damn shots, which is more of an effect right now. Or I guess I would say
Yeah,
part of
like
that
this
war
is the
situation that's going on.
see that vaccine, man, and see that's the thing, right? They took away our medical right when they made vaccines mandatory to go out in public. That was a violation of our constitutional right when they did that, right? Because you have a right to say no, that you don't want that. And they're talking about you couldn't go to public places without the vaccine, et cetera, et cetera. Then find out, okay, the vaccine never worked. And then on top of that, they knew what worked, right? That's why the reason why Africa never got hit with COVID and nobody died is because they knew that the malaria pills killed COVID. Right? If you got COVID, you took malaria pills, it's done. And everybody in Africa has a malaria shot, or majority of people. That's why COVID never really was a thing in Africa. Number two, uh, they also found out that black seed oil with honey uh, can cure COVID within 3 days, and that's from Harvard Medical School. Like you can type that in right now, Harvard Medical School. Stevia and black honey cures acute COVID-19. So I mean, You didn't need like all the people who died and stuff like that in the video. You didn't need all that.
You said what
Malaria
and
pill
honey?
or
You
black seed.
said what and honey? Honey and what?
Black seed oil and honey
Okay.
cured acute COVID-19. Right? You can look. You can Google that right now. Harvard Medical School. Hello. Harvard
No, it was
Medical
it.
School. You can do that right now. So, but the thing about it is just that what I believe these were precursors. These because if you look at the scripture, right, God gives a warning before he really throws down, right? So
Yeah.
COVID-19 was just a precursor to let you know that hey, if you don't repent, you're about to get effed up. Right, because it was coming in 2030, with because they're saying there's going to be a new disease coming in 2030. That's going to be the real deal. COVID, in my opinion, was just a precursor, just a tiny little thing before something really goes down.
You think they was
Right.
testing
So
something?
if I'm y'all, get your black seed oil, get your honey.
Wait. You think
do
they was
something.
just testing society with COVID? You think that was just a test?
I think no. I think that was God because COVID seemed more of like a mistake, right? A lot of mistakes happened and spread, right? But I think that was just a warning shot from God, just saying, you know what? This is a precursor for something that's going to happen for real. And I think the thing they keep talking about 2030 disease, what is it called? Disease X. I think that's going to be the real deal. That's going to be like the Spanish flu, where they just be dropping off like flies.
Shout out to my dog Logic. Shout out to my dog Logic in the building, man. What's going on?
No Cap-tivity.
I don't know. But you absolutely
Logic in the building.
Yeah, Logic in the building.
That's what need to come up on the panel.
Yeah, Logic, man. We talking about the debate and we talking about America in the state it's in right now. The link pinned to the top if you got time.
Yeah.
But
because Donald Trump got crucified for that when he said that malaria pills can cure COVID-19, right? And he got crucified in the media. But come to find out, that's what happened in Africa, and that's why they didn't get COVID. COVID was never a big thing in Africa.
But COVID is still, people still have COVID to this day. There's cases of COVID right now.
Yeah, right? Well, I mean, if you ever get it, check it out. Google Harvard Medical Study, black seed oil and honey, right? Black seed oil and honey, and Harvard Medical said that's it's a comparable cure to severe COVID-19 or acute COVID-19.
A lot of people don't even
3 days.
A lot of people don't even talk about COVID no more. But the last strand of COVID that came out, if there hasn't been another strand so far, it was called FLIRT, FLIRT, FLIRT. That's what it was called. But people don't even know that because people don't even talk about COVID no more. But it's still out here. They don't even talk about it no more. It's not even a scare no more.
Listen, at this point, man, that's what I'm saying. Like at this point, people. That's why I just be, when people be looking at me. Well, I'm telling you what I see on the road and what I see, not these tourist cities, but you travel around the country. Well, this country fucked up. It screwed all this stuff crazy. Real talk. You know what I'm saying?
Why you say that? Because you drive trucks. Why you say that, trucker?
Yeah, because I drive trucks, so I see everything that's going on. You know what I'm saying? The chicken, the food, hell, even the Hawaiian punch and sun kiss, all that shit. Anything that's short economy, all that shit, man. I just be sitting there like, man, fuck that. Cause like with Logic, you know what I'm saying, which he said I think 2 years ago before this situation hit. Y'all worried about all this other bullshit. What y'all need to be worried about is these countries trying to dumb down the dollar. He brought up that brick system situation way before.
You say the brick system?
What happened? Yeah.
Yeah, the brick system. It's too late for that now. The dollar's done. It's way too late now. It's over.
Yeah,
it's a wrap.
You don't think they got something for bricks?
Nope.
Man, I
I don't know,
told y'all
man.
Nope,
about
not at
BRICS
all.
goddamn 3 years ago.
Was it 3 years ago?
Nope.
It,
Man, I
America
gave
has
you. See, I
it is.
gave you your props, and you over here talking shit.
Oh, okay. I ain't know. I just came in and heard y'all
I
mention
was
BRICS.
saying you. I'm saying people was paying attention to the bullshit, but I was saying like years ago. I thought it was 2 years. Damn, it's been 3 years. Damn, 3 years ago you brought that up on Lapeef. Y'all motherfuckers worry about this
Yeah.
shit. Y'all they trying to dumb down the dollar. You talk about the brick system, and niggas was like, well, what's the
Yeah,
brick? Because I
it's
remember that
done.
episode.
It's done now. I mean, and even
Yeah,
though
it's
I
done.
don't
It's
like
completely done.
I just saw the debate. Then I was actually looking. I said, "Hold on, that boy Freeze on talk about debate. Let me see what these niggas talking about." But now the brick situation is one situation that's a fail because um, not only Saudi Arabia but they pulling in Turkey. So that gonna be a big issue. You know what I'm saying? Because people don't understand. God damn, I'm gonna say it. People don't understand that I told y'all America biggest export is culture and ideas. Everybody else make the stuff. So I'm sorry, our biggest exports is culture and ideas.
Mm-hmm.
We import everything else. So
And
when you start
currency,
getting in
and
the
currency
situation of
also,
how does
and
that play an
currency also.
effect? What and that's what I'm finna go to. How it plays effects in bricks. Because you got to realize the only thing that keep up our dollar is we got a two-tier dollar, and it's based off the UN dollar, the NATO dollar, and the petrodollar. The
Mm-hmm.
petrodollar.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that in order to trade oil, you got to trade it in dollars. So you have to invest in dollars to trade oil. So they finna replace that by pulling in a lot of these oil countries into bricks. So now they're going to change that to hold it up. Also, what holds up our dollar is when we send all that money to overseas, they got to utilize our dollar. And a lot of times they utilize our dollar through the defense industry. But we don't realize right now that our country is going to change dramatically. And I don't even think Trump can save it. If
No
you
one can save
listen to
it.
that debate,
I believe y'all. Not even Logic said it.
uh,
Smitty said it. Hot Sauce said it. Chuck, and now you saying it, Logic. God damn.
Mm-hmm.
No one can save it.
yeah,
As far as
you can't
economics, I
save
mean,
nothing that.
let me just say something really quickly. Like, I'm not saying that we're going to be a third country, but it'll be something along the lines of like Greece or France or maybe Germany as far as economic power. Kind of floating around in the top 10, but who nobody pays attention to. Not going to be at
Top
like
10. We ain't even
Africa
in the top
levels,
30. We ain't
right?
even in the top 36. Shit, we passed that at this
No,
point.
Right,
we gonna
because America still
still
has a
wait,
large
wait.
economy.
Don't get it twisted. We're gonna still be on top, but the gap between um 3, 4, and 5
Pretty close.
is closing.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
closing,
It's gonna be
and it's
something like
closing
that.
fast, and it's
Yeah.
closing based on our perception of being weak. Two things that were said in that debate tonight that you got to realize after the Afghanistan withdrawal, that made Putin goddamn stand up with his chest out.
That's a fact.
That made us look weak all over the world.
Hmm.
I was in the military 22 years. All over the world is one thing that these countries fear is our military. When you remember that scene when we was leaving Afghanistan, all them niggas was on
Mm-hmm.
airplanes and shit. You know what I'm saying? You remember like
They was on the
motherfuckers was hanging on
motherfucking car,
airplanes
though.
and shit like
The
that. It's like we was ready. It made us look weak, man. And it was something that really was mentioned in the debate, but really wasn't discussed. And I think Trump don't have the temperament and focus to drill down on them points. So I'm still gonna stand on my thing that Kamala's gonna win.
Who do you
I,
think?
I say the same thing. He's
Who
gonna
do you
win.
think?
He
Who do
has
you
to
think
win.
won the debate, Logic?
Hmm?
Who do you think won the debate?
Who do I think won it?
Yeah.
I don't think it was a win. It was a shit show. Like I said, I don't think Trump got the temperament and focus. Like I said, do I think he got better positions? Yes. That form, if you look at it, they only really one hard question, and that was about the Afghanistan withdrawal. And they let her dribble all around it. So
Mm.
if you got to realize that in the aspect of winning, ain't nobody gonna fact check. Who gonna fact check anything that been said? And then once it's done, it's done. If you allow your opponent to get past, Trump was on defense mode. He was trying to defend January 6th. He was trying to defend his position on COVID. He was trying to defend Charlottesville.
Yeah, he
He was
kept
on the
calling her a
defense the
liar.
whole time. So like he didn't have, yeah, he did, but he was on the defense.
Right,
He
right.
haven't said, you know what I'm saying? Like you got to realize the whole, he kept saying a border, but he wasn't able to nail her down to being a border czar. He wasn't able to nail her down to her comments that she was at last in the room during the Afghanistan withdrawal. He wasn't able to nail her down to the point that right before Ukraine invaded, Russia invaded Ukraine, she's just there. He was not able to nail her down because, like I said, these are situations that a majority of people don't know these cases. A majority of people don't know bricks. A majority of people don't know. Majority of people don't even know the fucking these countries where they at on the map. So they're not gonna do no research. They gonna go look at the shade room. They gonna goddamn see Blueface. They gonna see a fucking got Sexy Red dropping a new album out. A majority of people gonna take everything they see on TV for face value and not do research. So that's why in that case, I don't think it was a win. I think it was a loss for Trump because he wasn't able to nail her to this administration. And he
She,
did say a little bit at the end. Did y'all look at the end? His closing statement.
yeah, I looked at it, but what remind us what he said?
Did y'all see the closing statement?
Yeah, we seen it.
No, he did. He was like, look, don't tell me what you can do when you can do it right now.
Right.
That was the best part of the whole debate. His closing statement. Everything that you're telling me that you want to do, you're telling people that you can do. I mean, you want to do this your proposal, you can do it now. But throughout the
Yeah.
debate, I think he was on the defense mode. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I don't know,
Also,
man.
Logic,
I'm really worried.
in the
And I'm
beginning of
really
the debate,
worried, though. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, do you remember in the beginning of the debate, she attacked him on about the trade deficit, and she also said something about President Xi and Taiwan, as far as I think she was talking about probably COVID or something. I don't know, but she was talking about trade deficit and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, she did mention COVID, but
Yeah.
you got to realize how they flip flop. He was the one that was calling the China virus. Do you remember the headlines? Oh, you can't do that.
Hey,
He called it the China virus. So
that
now,
You're right.
no, go if you look at the beginning, she flip flop. Like they look, not only what was the Biden administration, Democrats, Republicans. I'm gonna put it out, Republicans too. You know what I'm saying? Media saying how dumb he was saying the China virus. How you gonna do that? How you do it? Now she's saying you need to be accountable for what they did. Hold up. He lost because of that. Y'all was making a mockery of that. Go back and look at the Joe Biden debate. They made a mockery of that. Now they're gonna stand on it. See,
Yeah.
but now, because most people don't know that. Most people don't go back and listen to these debates. Most people didn't pay attention to the debates. So now they're gonna let her sit here and just say, oh, damn, she just flip-flop like a motherfucker.
Yeah, he was calling it the China virus, and like with hot sauce, he was saying that he was pointing at Africa too. Hot sauce is right. He was pointing towards Africa and said, the cure for Malaysia, it could diminish COVID, because he was pointing out, the minuscule rate of COVID in Africa. Them people ain't really suffer for. They ain't really have no epidemic in Africa because a lot of them had the shot for Malaysia. And Donald Trump pointed that out during his presidency, but they didn't want to listen to him. So you right.
I didn't hear it, but you got to realize that there's two things that I think he should have hit on. COVID took over half a term. I think COVID started in 2019. He went in office in 17. I'm sorry. So yeah, he went in the 2016 election, and then he went in office in January 2017. So half of his term was spent under COVID. But the first 2 years was probably the best 2 years in American history as far as we can remember. Better than the Obama administration, better than Clinton administration. It was successful. You got to realize that he was only a 2-year president because, like I said, COVID had hit the world so hard that everything stopped and was focused on COVID. Like during COVID, you didn't hear the wall talk. You see what I'm saying? You didn't hear a lot of this stuff, and then he only really had 2 years. So I'm saying that to say that the thing is that he probably can do something for the country minus the virus, but I don't think we're gonna see it because I think we're gonna get a lot of. Damn, man, this shit hurt my heart, dog. I'm sorry, man. I'm hurt right now, dog. I coming, nigga.
Nah, I feel you though. Let me ask you this though.
You said what?
Stage.
What's
You
the
said
last part you
what,
said?
Logic?
I see that whole walking across the stage, dog.
Oh, that's
I
she
said,
might
I see that
win.
whole walking across the goddamn stage.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if she does win, which damn near everybody on the panel is saying they think she's gonna win, how do you think America looks after that, Logic? There's any upside to her winning? Do you think there's any upside to Kamala Harris winning?
Nah, it's gonna be it's gonna be the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be Ukraine and Russia gonna continue to go at it. So that gonna put us on the brink of something happening crazy. I don't think it'll affect America. I think it's more of a European thing. We gonna see that. We gonna see the two conflicts now. They gonna actually continue. Everything else, the policies, it's not gonna. Everything's going. She's not gonna change nothing from Biden. So it's gonna go on. You're gonna see the military go down because you're gonna see the big emergence of the diversity, the DEI policies. You're gonna start seeing a lot of crazy stuff going on that you start seeing now with all this you know what I'm saying, this identity, whether it's transgender, LGBT, all this kind of stuff like that. And then what it's gonna do is gonna propel other countries, you know what I'm saying, to do what they want to do. So now, you know what I'm saying, if China actually do something with Taiwan, you're gonna probably see that in the next 2 years if she win.
What's going on with this?
So now it's gonna be a three-headed.
What's going on with this automatic draft that Trucker Yale said they didn't already implemented? Have you heard about that?
Automatic draft?
Yeah, he said it's a draft now. I ain't heard about it, but Trucker Yale said they done already passed it a couple of months ago. You heard about that?
They implement no draft.
That's what I was like, I ain't heard of that.
Yeah. Ain't no draft been implemented yet. I mean, because is you know what I'm saying? In order to implement a draft, we gotta actually say that we in a conflict. So they just not gonna implement a draft in time of peace.
Okay, gotcha. Well, he was saying it was due to the decline in armed forces enlistment is just very low.
Yeah, they dropped it, but they dropped the numbers.
Okay.
So just say it. What they did is that, just say they quota across the armed forces was 80,000. They dropped it to 40,000, and now they saying they met their recruiting goals.
Oh, okay.
But it's shrinking. So you know what I'm saying? Our force is shrinking, and I'm telling you, I ain't gonna say this online. You know what I'm saying? I'll holler at you behind the scenes about it.
Right. but you're saying it's a reflection of the military morale right now, though? The morale of the military.
Anytime you implement equity in any type of organization, you're fucking it up. Because, you know what I'm saying, military is always based on by performance. You know what I'm saying? If you my soldier, Smith and my soldier, I'm promoting you because of your religion, your race, your sexual preference, you know what I'm saying, all these different DUI categories. You know what I'm saying, Smitty gonna get out. Smitty like, fuck that, man. I run faster, I shoot better, I look better. You know what I'm saying? These are the criteria. I do my job better. Why the fuck is Freeze getting promoted? Because he's a homosexual Muslim. I'm just using that as an example,
I
right?
understand
No,
what you're saying.
not you homosexual.
Nah, but
You know what I'm saying?
that's what be happening though.
But that's why I'm saying. That's why the good ones are getting out. You know what I'm saying? And also, they don't realize that how many good soldiers we lost to the jab mandate. Y'all don't know that they kick people out.
Because they refused to take it.
Yeah, nah, hella people got kicked out for that shit.
Wow, that's dumb of the United States though. That's stupid.
Bro, motherfuckers in 15 years, 17 years.
Stupid.
You know what I'm saying? They gone. These was, bro. I look at the ranks today, bro. I don't even see no combat patches. You know what a combat patch is?
No, I don't.
All right, so when we go to war, and you know what I'm saying, we'll get a patch. You know what I'm saying? So like, just say if I was in 82nd Airborne and I go to war, you know what I'm saying? On the opposite side of my unit patch, I get what's called a combat patch, saying that I went to combat within that organization.
Right.
So it's pretty much you been in war.
Right. Okay.
I don't see no combat patches no more. You know what I'm saying? It's like the ranks look like a bunch of privates. So when you say why is combat patches, you know what I'm saying, a thing? Because that's experience. If you look at it, took me my first war to really I wasn't really seasoned into my second war. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You can't lose all that experience.
I've never been in the military, so I don't even know how to look at it.
Logic on my first deployment, most of the ship, including people that had been in 10 plus years, had never been deployed before.
But you was in the Navy though, so y'all different. Y'all niggas y'all really don't go to combat. Y'all sit on a goddamn boat in the water.
He right though. But at the same time too, like I mean, to me that's kind of crazy, like because it was people, you know, E5s, E6, even above me who I could tell them better about my job or whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? And I'm looking at them like, you've been in way before me. Like, what the fuck going on? I'm supposed to be looking to you for this shit.
But see, the difference, why I'm dwelling on the combat patch is that at a time, whether you agree with Afghanistan and Iraq, you know what I'm saying, that's not a part of it. It's just that it's a level that, just say this, you do something and you do it for play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When you do it for real, that experience matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can go to the range and shoot all day. It's a difference when you shooting at somebody and get shot back at. You feel what I'm saying?
No,
Yeah.
no, no, no. I agree.
That
No, I
level
agree
of
with you. I agree with you saying
experience,
that. Yeah.
yeah, that level of experience made us not only elite because of our training, our skill sets, our weapons and stuff like that. The fact that people actually utilize it in real life, not no wargaming shit. Wargaming shit, don't nobody shoot back. You know what I'm saying? You can get out there, you can do all the combined fire exercise you want to, but ain't nobody shooting back at you. When you got people in your ranks who shot at people and was shot back at, your logistics, know the understanding the ins and outs, how things go, they get shot at, they get blowed up and stuff like that. It offers a level of experience. A lot of them guys is gone now. And then you'll very rarely see that level of experience. So that's why the forces just look different. And I don't know. And then plus during a time where you're actually introducing more conflicts that we can possibly go to, now you have a different force. It's a weaker force. It's a less experienced force.
Do you think the morale will go down further once a woman becomes president? Do you think that would do something to like a lot of these the gung ho military guys or people that's eager to
It really
join the
got nothing to do
military?
with I don't think it really got nothing to do with it being a woman. Got the fact that what's the policies that come with a woman. Like I said, look, if Smitty know he's faster than you, he know his job better than you, he can shoot better than you, and I promote you based off DEI, Smitty gonna be unhappy. Smitty might not last long. Smitty might say, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm saying, and that's what happens when you invite DEI policies that the army was always based off equality. Always the best man and woman for the job. If you was fast, if you could shoot, you know what I'm saying, if you know your job, you know what I'm saying, you was gonna get promoted. It wasn't based
So
off no
basically,
bullshit. Once you start introducing that bullshit, Smith ain't gonna stay around.
so basically, it's almost like a individual have worked his ass off for the last 5 years, and he done made the person millions of dollars, and a high position come up, right? And everybody know that he's gonna get that spot, but then the other motherfucker bring in a relative who just graduated out of college, ain't done shit, and hire him in that position. It's pretty much like that, right?
No, just pretty much just what I said. It's just that it's based off of things that's not right. That's not fair. I'm
Right.
promote goddamn I'm promote somebody based off of something that they can't control, or it might just not be sound. Like I said, if you look at the equity executive orders, it'll break it down to you. You know what I'm saying? What DEI includes. You know what I'm saying? Do you think race decides who the best person for the job? Do you think
No,
sexual preference decides who the best person for the job?
no,
Do you think religion decides who the best person for the job?
no.
Sexual preference, gender, none of that.
Unless
It's
you're a
just the best
Unabomber
person is
type
the
thing.
best person. Yeah.
Mhm.
So when you start doing that, you automatically lower morale because now I'm busting my ass, or now it goes deeper. Why should I bust my ass
That's a
when
fact.
I know that these things is actually applied?
But
Am I
logic.
gonna get out there
That's a
and
fact.
get my all?
But Trump
Yeah.
said
He ain't lying.
once he become president, he made a promise to end the war in 24 hours. What do you think about that?
Mm, I think it's far gone. I don't think you can. You know what I'm saying? Look, do you know how many people that Russia that lost? You know that Ukraine that lost? I don't think it's nobody can get in there and just say, all right, y'all shake hands. Like, look, and I don't think Ukraine gonna do it, bro. You go to Europe, it's Ukrainians all over Europe. In every
No,
fucking
I think he
country.
was saying. I think he was saying pulling American soldiers out of the war.
American soldiers ain't in the war.
Right. I think he was just saying just bringing everybody home.
But we ain't over there to be home. This is really fought between them. They saying that
Right.
we funding a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? As far as like weapons and stuff like
Oh,
that,
okay.
which is a
Gotcha.
whole
Gotcha.
nother conversation.
Gotcha.
But,
Yeah,
yeah.
like 200,
But it's
200
like as
billion.
far our troops on the ground, yeah, our troops on the ground, like, nah, not that. You know what I'm
But
saying?
So
So
it's not the
what he's
truth
talking about is
on
he's
the,
saying,
but it's you breaking up, Logic.
Your Logic, you was breaking up a little bit.
oh, I'm breaking up?
No, you good now. You good now.
Yeah.
Okay. Nah.
No, I was saying it was like about 200 billion. I think that's in total. If you think about it, 200 billion, and it's been money and weaponry. So had they not had any, it probably would it would.
Trucker.
See, the thing about
Oh,
this, right?
go ahead, Logic. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Now I was gonna say
A
I
lot of
want to
people
trucker.
say that, okay. No, you go ahead. I'm sorry. This
No, I
shit
was gonna
don't
say
know the fuck
I want a
hate
trucker
that.
to explain what he was saying earlier about the draft. You said Logic said he ain't heard about no draft. What you were saying about the draft, trucker, earlier? You said they implemented the draft already.
I was saying that they that instead of registering, basically that is automatic. Like once you out of high school, it's automatic now. There ain't really shit you can do about it. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
And
it's been like that.
and I
That's
think it's
called
because
register for
probably the
selective
numbers.
service.
The number. Yeah, but I mean, think about it. Right when that was going on, you know what I'm saying? You had the Russians, you know what I'm saying, over there in Cuba and shit like that. So I'm like, well, what the fuck really going on? You know what I'm saying? Like all this, like kind of behind door type stuff. Cause I think, truth be told, I think it's just the. If I'm wrong and you tell me, Logic, is the numbers for recruitment high or low?
Low as shit.
They adjusted the numbers. So they can meet recruitment goals now because they lowered the numbers. So when you look at it, it deems some jobs as not being critical. So now you lower the numbers, so now you can meet the recruiting goals.
You think it's gonna go even lower? Cause I think it's gonna go lower, personally.
Yeah, but that got nothing to do with the draft. So like every time
No, I
y'all
wasn't
get
saying like they
nigga
starting
turn
to.
18 and then that selective service shit come up, that's making sure you in the system. So now you're automatically, you know what I'm saying? So ain't no draft gotta be implemented. And we, like I said, we're not in war for them to even think about implementing a draft.
Right. So that's where I was kind of confused at, because I was like, wait a minute, what the hell is going on? But I wasn't like they just up and I wasn't, or maybe I insinuated that, but uh I wasn't saying like they, you know what I'm saying, they was having a draft, but I was just stating that, you know what I'm saying, that was one of the things that they was, that was just one of the things. And people was talking about a bunch of other bullshit with these relationship goals and stuff like that, and people just overlooking this stuff, like the Supreme Court situation, and things of, what I'm saying, being passed and not really being paid attention to. You know what I'm saying? So that's all.
Or
Listen,
I got a question for y'all.
Go
I got
ahead.
a
Go
question for
ahead,
y'all
Logic.
though.
Go ahead.
What's important to y'all in this election cycle?
Man, what's important to me? What's important to me is them improving the economy as far as like this inflation and stuff, man. That's to me that's number one to me, like the inflation. I care more about that than the immigrants. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm hoping that they can improve the conditions in America economically. Yeah.
Now, how can that be done? Like when what you just said, right? And like I said, I don't think he put his best foot forward. I think these debates is really not talking about positions. It really talking about it's really more in attack mode. And that's why I don't like his performance in the debate, because he was more in the defense instead of actually putting that, you know what I'm saying? Like these debates became a circus, because I said for the economy, I believe he has the best plan, because you got to make it to where all these American companies will stay in America. And then by staying in America, you know what I'm saying, you would fix a lot of the issues. Just say like every overseas plant come back to America. Then you start turning these cities and these small towns into what we know Detroit. You know what I'm saying? Why Detroit was so big is because Detroit, you know what I'm saying, was like what they had Ford, GM.
Yeah, that the car
and
industry.
then they had all the manufacturing over there.
Yeah, they call it
What the
Motor City for a
manufacturing,
reason. Yeah,
yeah,
they call it
what they
Motor
not
City
only
for a reason.
did, but what they did is they not only created jobs, but if a motherfucker got a job, you know he don't have no more Obamacare. You know you fix so many of the problems which that'll fix the economy. And then now, what you'll do if you buy a Ford that's made in America, your dollar is rotating back in America. If you buy now, if you buy all these little products that's made overseas, where's your dollar rotating at? Overseas. So that's
That's
to
a fact.
me, that's his best policy. Bring manufacturing back to America. Let America start making things again. So now when everybody buys something that's an American product, it's made in America. So now that money that from them products is distributed across the United States. It's rotating back in the United States and not rotating back in other people's economy. Not
You think
rotating in China, not rotating in Mexico, not rotating in South America, Indonesia, all these different places. Like right now, dude, look, our customer service is majority in Indonesia and fucking America.
on the phone,
So that
telemarketing and
means
stuff?
your Verizon bill, your Comcast bill, yes, that money is worth outside of America. So now you looking at it, that's the part of the problem. These companies should be taxed for that shit. You know what I'm saying? Tariffs.
I agree with
Anything
that.
that not made in America get tariffs.
I agree with that,
That's a
but
fact.
what about what the ladies are saying in the chat? Legendary Bucket List and Sin 7. What do y'all think about what they're saying? I think that they brought
What
up
you
a good
saying?
point. They're saying that those jobs aren't coming back, Logic. Sin 7 brought up Temu, then you got Amazon Prime, then you got a lot of AI, you got robots being built and all that kind of stuff.
That's not true. I could tell you
What do y'all
personally that's
think?
not
Yeah,
true.
but that that's
Like
that
like
that
even
that's
even like even in
that's
Columbus,
innovation.
Ohio right
That's
now,
innovation.
You
even
say
even in Columbus, Ohio right now, one of the big things that's going on over there is that IBM is being built there. So the computer chip game, which is what he was talking about, our chips is not made over here; it's made over there in Taiwan. That's a big thing.
right? That's what they was talking about.
So
Taiwan,
that is
the
one
chip.
thing that's coming back.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, right. So that's a big thing. And a lot of them chips, I think how far that go. What Logic is talking about, like, it's so much shit that we don't have over here. Like, people don't even realize our own diesel fuel right now is not even over here. It's in other countries. So they really wanted to fuck us up for real, because most of the everything you think about from the port and you know what I'm saying, it's ran off of diesel fuel. Not from over here, it's from over there. We ain't got shit over here that
Yeah,
we really do for real. So
and the person who
I
said that,
agree
I'm not.
with what
I'm
he's
not.
saying. Like,
Oh,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead, bro.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
No,
No, I was saying
what
what you
the
was
chat
saying
was
is right.
saying.
It,
Oh, is it a
mm,
delay? Man,
Nah, y'all just
It's
keep
not.
talking at the same time. That's all. Go ahead, Logic. He said, "Go ahead, Logic."
I'm gonna say it sound like trying to delay, but yeah, go ahead, Logic.
yeah, no. See, if they talking in the chat innovation, like I'm saying, bringing in robots and stuff like that, that's not the problem. The problem is that our companies know that they have no incentive to bring us back to America. So the jobs exist, but they just rather outsource it because if I outsource to Indonesia, I can pay them fucking $3 with no
Fact.
overtime, with no paid leave and stuff like that. So now that's a benefit to the companies. They get richer, you know what I'm saying, off of pretty much hustling these other countries, lack of, you know what I'm saying, unions, lack of, I'm saying, all these worker laws and stuff like that. Well, they know if they come to America, they got to offer medical insurance. They got to offer, you know what I'm saying, some type of 401k system. In them foreign countries, they don't got to offer that. So now the thing is that I don't care how you do it, whether you incentivize the companies or you tax the fuck out of them. It needs to be done because there's no way an American company is, you know what I'm saying, they look to sit here and make their profits go up by fucking over the people in America. And now at the end of the day, you can do it. You can make the dollar strong and they will give you them same profit. But now, right now, the only president that ever talked about that as far as you can remember, is Trump. You know what I'm saying? When you look at NAFTA, the Northern Atlantic, the trade agreement, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it's different type of stuff that only he's talking about. And the thing about it, that if he don't get reelected, he's done. Then we gonna go back to the same goddamn politicians. He's not a politician. You know what I'm saying? He come out more as a businessman than a politician, and he treat America like a business, which we should be treated like a business. So now these motherfuckers need to be tariffed. They need to be taxed. You know what I'm saying? I keep saying
yeah,
this.
he was
When I
right.
lived in Korea,
Hmm.
get the majority of the cars that was driven in Korea. It was driven Kia and Hyundai. You know why? Because everything else was taxed. Yes, you can get a Lamborghini
Yeah,
if you want to. You can get a Ford if you want to. They gonna tax the fuck out of it.
but but that's right though. I
The
mean, I
cheaper
don't
products
understand it.
is
Like,
made in.
eh,
Go.
but
Porsche.
I don't understand is every shit that's over here and we send over there, they tax the fuck but we don't do that shit. What kind of backward shit is that? What is going on here with that?
Yep. Germany do it too. Germany do it too. You know what I'm saying? A
That's what I'm
majority of the cars
saying.
that's driven out here is, guess what? Mercedes, BMW, Porsche, and Volkswagen. Everything else is getting taxed to shit. We should do the same thing that other countries do to us.
Why you think
Yeah,
we
that's
don't though?
wild.
What's the problem?
People getting paid.
The question.
Our politicians getting paid.
Yeah, cause that
You
seemed
got
like
to
something
realize,
easy.
uh, yeah, it is.
Nah,
But the way our
it's easy.
political
It's easy.
system work, uh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Smitty. What you
All I
say?
know, all I was finna say, it in theory it is easy, but I mean I agree with logic. Nah, it's too many people pockets getting lined the fuck up. So it's it's not. I'm not gonna say it's not gonna happen, but it's gonna be hard. Like so, prime example, when every time I don't know if you ever seen these debates or anytime these politicians talk about, they always talk about how one side wants to cut tax um for like the corporations and shit like that. And then the other side is like, well, no, we should make taxes higher on the corporations or for rich people and shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? The in layman's terms, yeah, you would think this is common sense to bring back jobs over here, but at the same time, too, like logic, now motherfuckers is gonna have to pay for healthcare for the workers. They're gonna have to make the working conditions a certain type of way. Whereas I could just go to a country in Timbuktu and pay 50 cents on a dollar, or shit, probably 10 cents on a dollar, and keep the rest as profit. You know what I'm saying? Even if you was running your own business, like call it unethically not, but if you was running your own business, you would be damn near doing the same shit too. Like,
It's the almighty dollar, man. Listen, guys, I'm about to close it down. Let me get y'all closing remarks as far as who do you want to win? Who do you want to win the president of the United States? I'm gonna start with Trucker Yale. Trucker, who do you want to win, Trucker Yale?
Trump.
Kamala.
Okay.
No captivity.
We got one for
I
Trump.
would like it, but I ain't gonna lie. But I'm gonna be honest with you. After watching this debate, it just seemed like, in logic, I don't want this to be true, but I think this is gonna happen. I think she's gonna win. Personally, it's just you know what I'm saying. Like, you got it went from supposed to be 1-on-1 to 1 versus 4, and this is everywhere you go. So at this point, yeah, it's pretty much already set up, and we're gonna see this country pretty much die. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna go ahead and calm down.
What? I appreciate you, Truck. I appreciate you, man. Smitty, who do you want to win, Smitty?
shit, Trump, but I don't think that's. I don't be the.
You froze up, Smitty. What did you say?
I said I would like Trump, but I don't think that's the case.
Oh, okay. Okay, Logic, who do you want to win? Not who do you think is going to win, but who do you want to win, Logic?
Yeah, I want Trump to win. And only because I think he want to please people. Well, I think she looked to please donors. She looked to please administrations. I mean, I like it. Did you see his talks with Tulsi at the town hall where they was talking about what they call it, IDF, the baby thing?
Yeah. IBF.
And it was something that he was against at one time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was against something at one time, and he was convinced otherwise because to please people. I think that's his biggest trait. He want to please people. I don't think Kamala want to please people. You know what I'm saying? She don't want people happy. I think she's gonna want to go with the status quo. So, by that being said, the people gonna goddamn get the blunt of the stick. So, yeah. I mean, I say this like, soon as she got in, and I started looking at her positions and lack of that, and I said she was gonna win because she's gonna be the boogie. He's gonna be the boogeyman. He's the one that's getting out here saying, yeah, even in the debate, guys, even the shit about them eating dogs, he gonna say stuff. She's not gonna say nothing. Now, that's gonna make her an attractive candidate, but that's gonna make him because he's standing and he's taking positions. She didn't. This debate, and I'm gonna end off on here. This debate, what you see, she did not take one position on nothing. He took all the positions and he was defending his position the entire debate. So
Yeah.
now because if she don't have no positions, she's not gonna promise you nothing. Just like she told black people, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna offer you nothing. What's good for black people is good for the country. That's all she gonna say, shit like that. So now that means she's saying nothing. She's not gonna offer nothing. So that means you can't hold her accountable to nothing. So where on the other hand, he's gonna take a position. He's gonna say he's for it, he's against it, whatever the case may be. So now, I don't know, man. Just hope everybody be safe, man. Don't
Hold
do
on,
nothing
before you go,
crazy.
Logic.
And
Before I got one more question,
I
Logic.
don't know.
Before you go, Logic. But I do want to say I do think what Trump did successfully, he to the people that desire to see masculinity in the office, like strength and masculinity, I think Trump pulled that off successfully as far as how he was attacked, how he presented himself during the debate. I think a lot of people do want to see like masculinity and you know and strength and stuff. I think Trump was the stronger personality in during the debate. But I want to ask you this. I know this question, you know, you probably don't even
Hold
care
on,
about
let,
this
let me say
question,
one
but
thing before you ask that question, though.
yeah,
Let me say one thing before you ask that question. When you come to Manila, right?
yeah.
You know they gave her a smaller podium to make her look like she the same size as him.
Nah, I didn't know that. Really?
No
Man, come on,
captivity.
man, y'all. Yeah, look it up. Look it up. Look it up. They gave her smaller. When you're talking about masculinity, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's ways they can get around that. Cause you know he's six. What he's 6'3", she's 5'4".
Right.
What they did is they gave a smaller podium so he wouldn't look so much bigger than her. And if you look at that debate, it worked.
I didn't even think about that.
Don't
That's
don't,
crazy.
don't look.
Now I'm gonna go back and look at it.
Go research it. All right, go ahead. What's your question was?
Okay, we know the dope game had been out of here for a long time. The dope game is not like it used to be even 15 years ago. Do y'all think because of all of these immigrants that this influx of immigrants that done came across the border into the United States, Venezuelans, Mexicans, you name it, do y'all think the drug game is going to be awakened again the way it used to be?
Nope. Let me tell you what's the new dope game?
What's that?
What you on right now?
What the social media?
Social media the new dope
Told you.
game, nigga.
Told you.
Social media new dope game. This is this is the this is the new dope game, dog. I'm telling you,
I
and not
told you.
just
Free. Oh,
it's
by the
taking
way,
the
I just
instant.
came back. I just came back up here to confirm what Logic said was true. They did put her up there so she could sing like she 6'2" when she's really 5'4". So yeah, want to put that out. All right.
What you were saying
Yeah,
about social
and
media,
I'm
Logic?
saying social media new dope game. Cause right now, why did guys get in the dope game?
They got in the dope game for
To
fast
make a
money.
quick buck, fast money, quick buck with no skills, right?
Right.
And in the big scheme of things, only so many dope boys was really making money, right?
Facts.
Same thing with social media. You know what I'm saying? You can come in, you can get your little goddamn $400, $500 check. Social media new dope game. So now ain't no dope game gonna come back. Now everybody in social media to the fact that you seeing people switch and they switch and like Trump was a you gonna see the social media decline once Trump get out of office because now he was attractive to so yeah, ain't no drugs and stuff like that. That stuff a thing of the past. Most of the shit legal now anyway. You know what I'm saying? You want to be a mushroom head, smoke weed and stuff like that, it's all legal. So yeah, I don't think these immigrants come in and actually make an impact and make something worse or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they gonna make crime worse.
Mm-hmm.
But Even with them motherfuckers, they got YouTube channels.
That's a fact. That's a fact, bro. And they're going viral too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because it's crazy. We addicted to crazy shit. Nope, now the addiction now, social media. That's the addiction. This the dope they selling. Charleston White is the new crack rock. Lil Woody, what's his name? Woody? What? Yeah, I
Woody.
can't think of his name. The little
Woody.
YSL nigga.
Yeah.
Yeah, from McKinneyville.
Yeah, that's new heroin. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, look, that's the addiction now. You know what I'm saying? That ain't no people is getting they hit on social media now, and whether it's a content creator and it's really the viewers, because they getting a hits off of seeing people do dumb shit online, and and you know what? I blame the United States, and I'm gonna tell you why real quick.
Mm-hmm.
It's no way Fannie Willis' daughter get arrested and they releasing footage of that shit. Why do you need to know Fannie Willis' daughter got arrested? Freezy.
And she
Why
pull
do
up. She pull up
Freezy
with.
need to know? What's your need to know?
Well, you know, she's a what is it called? A popular, when she's popular on social media when it comes to controversy and stuff, you know, with the affair she had with. Well, I'm just saying, just her. She's at the center of controversy, so anything attached to her, they gonna just, you know, they gonna reveal it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but why do Mr. Logic and Freezy need to know Fannie Willis' daughter got locked up?
Well, a big
why
thing
do
about
we need to know that?
well,
I'm saying, why?
A big thing about that traffic stop was she showed up with the dude. When she said her and the dude wasn't, they didn't have no affiliation no more. But she showed up on the scene with the guy. I think that was a big part of it too. The lawyer, the attorney, whatever, the black guy. Whatever.
Freezy.
I understand what you're saying.
They would have dropped that shit if they would have dropped that shit if Fannie Willis didn't pull up with that dude.
Right.
I'm saying, see, this is where we at now in society. Why you gotta ask yourself this? Yes, it's good for content. I got that. But if I get locked up tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
I get a DUI tomorrow. Why to you? Why do the American government need to drop that to the world? Why? I don't get it.
Why you blame the American government for situations like that though?
Because you can right now, I can take, if I knew your real name, I can take it and put it on some American website and find out your whole history. What does my need to know? I'm not trying to hire you. I'm not trying to offer you a job. I'm not trying to sell you a house. Why do I need to have the ability to know everything that Freezy did in life?
Yeah. Well, man, we become nosy, dog.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's free. Niggas know right now. Look, bro, and look, that's what I like about Europe too. They don't have that, you know what I'm saying? They little freedom of information shit, you know what I'm saying? It's based on need to know. Right now in America, we need to know everything about everybody.
Yeah.
You got channels being created that all they doing is pulling them niggas information. They pulling up Fannie Willis. They know everything she did. Bro, and it's gonna get crazier, and nobody is talking about that.
It's messy.
If they stop that shit,
America one big mess. That's what you're saying. America just messy.
nigga, messier than Ashton Wings.
Lo-
No captivity.
Shout out to Ashton,
and logic
man.
and
I'm
logic,
telling you, though,
and
Freeze,
logic.
before I leave, just think, no, think about that one, just for one instance, right? Outside, why it should be like everything else in the military and stuff like that. We have a system based on the need to know, right?
Hmm.
Certain shit that we don't have access to because we have no need to know it. Just really just ask yourself if the biggest thing American clean up right now is our privacy laws. Right now in America, you have no privacy. Let a motherfucker find out your name, they can find out everything and why. And people selling your personal information.
That's a fact. That
Why
is
the
a
fuck
fact.
is police releasing body cam footage on everything?
But
Bro,
you know
you
what,
get everything on TV.
Logic, you know why you raise a good point? Because before the www.com bust, like it's against the law, to open somebody's mail. That was like one of the, that was one of our ways of, transferring information and stuff, mail. It's against the law to open people's mail. Man, you don't even need mail no more. People reading their mail through through online and stuff. People can read your mail without even coming to your house and opening envelopes and shit.
Yeah, but it's still deeper than that. Like I'm saying, look, I keep saying this. You can go back and find me saying this on Peace. The whole concept of American freedom is a double-edged sword. And right now we just stuck with that end that's facing us. Because we want freedom to do everything and at no cost. Like I said, bro, if a YouTuber and I'm YouTubing or whatever, and my daughter get arrested, why is that public information? You know what I'm saying?
Man,
Why is the police and the government releasing this? Why
yeah.
do you have the right to go and sit here and pull up my records and all this shit like that? You know why? Because
Why?
it's content. And America gonna be content. Everything we do is now everything is content. Content. Courts have YouTube channels. You know what I'm saying? Political people have YouTube channels. Everything is content. 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 You look and realize that we're weakening ourselves. And I'm gonna end on that, dog.
Bro, listen.
No cap.
Listen, earlier this year, Logic, they had a camera. It was two punks messing around in the Congress, on the Congress floor. Remember that? It was two punks messing around with each other. They was messing with each other, and one of the people having sex with the dude, he was videotaping it, and it got out on Twitter. Like that whole video got out on Twitter, dog. That shit was crazy. I ain't never seen nothing.
I'm telling you, we heard.
Yeah, we heard him, bro.
Hey, you know what? What, for instance, in Europe, that shit illegal. That shit illegal.
I ain't know that.
You can't. You have to have a legit need to know to get any information about anybody. And in America, right now, think about this, Freezy. It's companies making money right now for your information.
Mm-hmm.
It's websites right now. If you know somebody's name, or you don't even gotta know their name. You just need to know their email or something that associates them. You can go and pull them up and find out their mama name, their sister's name, their age, how many kids they got, how many cars they got, how much they got damn net value is. And we are so consumed with content right now, that new drug. And then now we feel like we need to know everything about everybody. And like the only thing that I think people should know is like sex offender registers and stuff like that. That's important. But that's somebody who actually committed crimes.
Yeah, I feel you.
But
But
yeah,
what you
all right, yeah, go ahead and do y'all content, man.
okay,
Shout out to
hey,
the content creators, the doctors, because
logic,
all
man,
these
thank
niggas up there doctoring everybody.
shout out to the clip sector. That's what this sector called. But Logic, Real Bravado Network, RBN through the fire, he saying what's up to you in the chat. But and also Logic, man, thank
What's
you for
poppin',
coming.
brother?
Logic, thank you for coming through, bro. We needed you for this conversation. Politics. We had a good conversation before you came, but you made it that much better, bro. I'm really happy that you came, bro. And gave your expertise, dog. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, hit me up in the back chat, dog. All right.
Okay, gotcha. Smitty, I appreciate you, Smitty. I appreciate you, dog.
All right.
Man, listen, y'all. Let me tell y'all something, man. It's serious. What we talked about tonight and what we're on the brink of as far as the shape that America is in. And I'm gonna tell y'all something, you know, I try to remain optimistic because when I go to the grocery store, Roman noodles, do y'all remember Roman noodles used to be $7 for $1? Do y'all remember Roman noodles used to be $7 for $1? It went from $7 for $1. I think one Roman noodle is $1 or $1.50 now. It might be $2. How much one Roman noodle is? Bro, this shit is bad. In 95, Roman noodles used to be $7 for $1. You used to could get 7 packs of Roman noodles for $1. Nah, I think a few years ago, about 4 years ago, it was $1 for one pack. It might be $1.50 now. It's bad out here. When Roman noodles is over $1, it's bad. Let's say Truth say Freezy, a gallon of orange juice is $7. Yeah! $7!
No captivity.
Yeah. Just like what Trucker Yell was saying, a carton of eggs. People don't even have eggs with their breakfast no more. A carton of eggs is $12 in some states. Y'all just stay prayed up. It's time for the benediction. We haven't gotten no contributions tonight. This is the first time in no captivity history we ain't got a super cap or a cash out. And we did good tonight because we showed the debate and we had a great discussion. But I guess it'd be like that sometime. Through the fire say, freeze it. At Dollar General, the Roman noodles is $2.25 for 6. Oh, okay.
No captivity.
For 6 of them. Okay, we're gonna have to go to Dollar General then. Cause I know in Walmart, that shit was like $1 a pack or something like that. Oh man, thank you, Truth, man.
Super chat.
Thank you, Truth, man. God, thank you, man. You made me feel better like I wasn't working for nothing tonight. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it, man. Shout out to Truth for the $10 super cap. He said salute to the grind. Truth, thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Thank you for helping us keep the lights on, bro. Thank you, bro.
No captivity.
Man, shout out to Truth and Reality Undefeated.
Super chat.
Also, man, shout out to RBN for the $10 super cap. Thank y'all, brothers, man. He said, F that. Here's some gas money from 2002. Appreciate that, RBN, man. Thank you, bro. I appreciate y'all, brothers.
No captivity.
I appreciate y'all, brothers, man. Thank you. Thank you, man. I gotta
check the cash out, bitch.
I got a cash cap too. Let me see. Oh, shout out to Blaze, man. Shout out to Blaze. Blaze just sent a cash cap too. Let me see.
You so damn dumb. Check the cash out.
$30 cash cap from Blaze, man. Thank you, Blaze. He said, think again, laugh out loud. I'll watch the replay. Man, shout out to Blaze, man. And Blaze ignited that big light as well. And he brought out the sponsorship guy, man. Blaze is the official sponsor of tonight's show. Let me go ahead and do that. Shout out to True and RBN and most definitely Blaze, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Man, this was a great live stream. Let me see. There we go. It's a great live stream, man. There we go. Blaze on the bottom, y'all. Blaze, $30. He's the official sponsor of tonight's show.
No Cap-tivity.
Official sponsor of tonight's show. Shout out to Kelvin Cook for the $2. I appreciate you, Kelvin. He said, if you rescue every country but yours, this happens. Hey. Hey, man. Appreciate you helping us keep the lights on.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Kevin Cook. That was deep, bro. That was deep. That was deep. Thank y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. Let's do the benediction, man. Let's see. Let's get a Bible verse. Let's see. Here we go. We're going to read this one here very quickly so I can get y'all up out of here. Y'all stay. Thank y'all for staying for the benediction. Y'all know we do the benediction at the end of every show. This one come to us from 2 Timothy 3rd chapter 1 through 5. And it say, in the last days, it's talking about the last days. But understand this, that in the last days there will come times of difficulty, for people will be lovers of self, lovers of money, proud, arrogant, abusive, disobedient to their parents, also ungrateful, unholy, heartless. That's what Elijah was talking about as far as just being messy and just putting everybody information out there. Unappeasable, slanderous, we in the clip sector, without self-control, brutal, not loving good, treacherous, reckless, swollen with conceit. We see a lot of that. Lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God, having the appearance of godliness but denying its power. Avoid such people.
No Cap-tivity.
Man. We do got another cash cow.
Check the cash out, bitch.
And I appreciate y'all. Shout out to, let's see. Let me refresh my screen. Oh, man. Shout out to my brother, man, Big Bad Bull. Shout out to Big Bad Bull, man, for the $10 cash out. He say, if for the light be a freezy, for the light be a dog. Thank you, Big Bad Bull, for helping us keep the lights on, man. Man, Big Bad Bull, man. Solid. Shout out to my dog, Big Bad Bull, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, Big Bad Bull. So thank you to everybody that contributed, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all, man. Even if it was towards the end of the show, man, I appreciate y'all. We made it happen, y'all. We covered the debate. I actually enjoyed the debate, you know. But we're going to get up out of here. We're going to try to come back tomorrow. Y'all know what time it is. Thank you to everybody that participated. Thank you to Logic. Thank you to Trucker Yell. Thank you to Smitty. Thank you to Hot Sauce. I appreciate all of y'all. Thank you to Chief Santana. I appreciate y'all for joining the panel and making it a lit discussion. Shout out to the early No Cap crew. Shout out to the No Cap crew that's here right now. If y'all could be so kind, share this live stream like I always ask y'all to do. To support the channel, even when we offline, you could always support the channel by sending a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the $sign in it. And y'all know what I always say. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And until the next time, we out of here.
No captivity.